All right, mic check. Could I get a mic check? Anybody? Anybody here? Could I get a mic check? What is going on? Francis Xavier Lambert. Welcome. Thank you for that mic check, by the way. Grandpa back at it again. Deadwood, good to see you this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you guys. Are we ready for today? Are we ready for the FOMC? That's the big question right now. Again, my name is a French name. I can tell it's definitely French. I apologize if I mispronounced it. But we are ready to go. So let's just go ahead and get it started. I had to do a bunch of changing things around over here with my streaming software, so bear with me. I had to make some changes. Still okay. I think we should be good to go. All right. We are here. We are here, man. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Average Joe Crypto Live, your front row seat to one of the biggest market events of 2025. FOMC Decision Day is here. Today, Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve are about to make a massive call on interest rates, and the entire crypto market from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Dogecoin is holding its breath. Altcoins are squeezing, waiting on this FOMC decision today. Traders are everywhere are asking, will the Fed finally pivot? Are we getting that long-awaited and anticipated rate cut that could spark the next crypto bull run? Or the next leg up for Bitcoin and altcoins? Or will Powell drop another surprise and keep the pressure on risk assets? We're going to be here live today, breaking it down, live reactions, real-time Bitcoin price moves, and what this decision means for altcoins, inflation, the U.S. economy, and your portfolio. If you're in crypto stocks or even just watching the markets, this is going to be the stream you don't want to miss. And I do appreciate you guys showing up and being here today. Good morning and thank you. So grab your coffee, hit that like button, and let's dive into the Fed's rate cut decision day, the press conference coming up later today, and how it could ignite the next leg of the crypto cycle. Right here live with AJC.
Wow, this is incredible. Driving through the future.
Again, like I said, we will be tuning in live during the press conference and the FOMC meeting today. And leading up into the meeting, we've got other big news with the crypto market. Let's see. There we go. Sorry, I have, like I said, I've had to adjust some things. Yes, Francis, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy the AI. Francis, thank you for being here. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for being here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Don't forget to answer the poll in the chat, guys. Will Powell pump or dump the crypto market today? Again, we are going to be taking a look at the market leading into this big FOMC day. We're going to be keeping our eyes on the price. We'll be looking at Bitcoin and seeing if this target is still in play, guys, for BTC. And we'll be looking at Dogecoin as well as Solana and Ethereum. ETH right now just killing me with this playing around with this top right here. I mean, we are just testing the emotions heavy with this one, right? Testing the emotions heavy with this one. Now, and you know, this is still my go-to right here. This is still my go-to ETH chart right here. We are looking at this from a bullish perspective right now, folks. Bullish perspective, okay? Let's be bullish for the time being. What's up, Handy Matt? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here, bro. Let's be bullish for the time being, right? Can we be bullish? That is in Eastern Standard Time. You know, that's granted. But a lot of this is going to be priced in leading up to the meeting, right? And then depending on what Jerome Powell says and what his tone is like during the press conference, what kind of questions he might get asked, what his answers are like, all that's going to be determining factors of what the market's going to do, how it's going to react. And so we are definitely going to be locked in here. It's a big day, all day. It's just like the Fed crypto conference was a very big day as well. And we covered that all day. We covered that live here all day. If you are viewing the stream, don't forget to smash that like button for us. It really helps out a lot. Thank you very much. Now, as we await the FOMC meeting, let's go ahead and tune in here as we do have some live developments on the government shutdown related to the food stamps. I mean, and we have some developments on the Hurricane Melissa and other things too coming in live here. So let's go ahead and tune into this real quick.
But how are you going to pay $50,000? It's half their salary. I've been hearing from New Yorkers from one end of my state to the other. We obviously have a big urban population with many poor people. We have a large rural population. We have the third largest rural population in America. But from one end of the state to the other, we're hearing how frightened people are, how angry people are, how devastated people are about what is happening. In upstate New York, the average family who used to pay $280 a month is now about to pay $1,700 a month. That's a 500% hike. Corey walked in, but I was going to steal his thunder, but he'll talk about it. Healthcare costs in Jersey are up 175%. And this is true in red states and blue states. In fact, it's even worse in red states because they've been so negligent and so cheap about providing Medicaid to people. And let me just say this. America was regarded as almost a third world country when it came to health care in the 1960s because we didn't have Medicare or Medicaid or ACA. And through a lot of hard work and a lot of public pressure, we achieved Medicare and Medicaid, and then we had ACA. But from the very beginning, the Republican Party has tried to tear all of this down. Most recently, in 2017, when I worked with John McCain, and he did his thumbs down, and their desire to repeal ACA failed by a vote. But they're still at it. And that's what they did in their big, ugly betrayal bill. So the costs are outrageous. Americans are going to be finding this out starting today and over again on Saturday. And Republicans are trying the same failed play that they tried before. Get rid of health care for American people. You're on your own. If you can't afford health care, it's your fault. That's the Republican attitude. It's just horrible. And the American people hate it. 55% of Trump voters want the ACA tax credits extended. 55% of Trump voters and about 90% of all Americans. So what's Trump doing? He's busy building his ballroom, dancing in Malaysia.
What do you guys think here?
Sending $40 billion to Argentina.
What's the chat's
$300 million
opinion
for
on
his
Schumer?
ballroom, $170 million in luxury jets for Kristi Noem. They have money for that and not for health care? It's a disgrace.
What is the chat's
The
opinion on
American people
Schumer?
know it. We're here. We're not like the House Republicans who went away on a long vacation. House Republicans are being paid and not working, and federal workers are working and not being paid. It's a disgrace. But we're here. We're ready. Hakeem Jeffries and I are willing to sit down and negotiate a way out of this crisis with the Republican leadership. And the Republicans just keep saying later. To quote Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter in the Birmingham jail, when the Republicans say later, they mean never. And that's why we are pushing now to get this done. Republicans, Speaker Johnson, Trump, you've got to get serious. They're not serious, but we're going to keep holding their feet to the fire because the American people are who we care about. The American people are who we're doing this for. That couple that I mentioned sitting at a table on a Friday night who have a hole in the pit of their stomach because they think they're going to lose all their health care. That's who we're fighting for. And we're not going to rest until we succeed. Senator Booker.
Thank you so much, Chuck. So here we are on day 29 of a government shutdown. 10 months in office, Donald Trump in this short period of time his family wealth has increased by the billions. And we're seeing Americans face unprecedented challenges economically. It just underlines the fact that Donald Trump's administration in these 10 months is really marked by chaos, corruption, and cruelty. The cruelty we're seeing in painful ways. Their big, beautiful bill, so-called, has already taken a battle axe and cut almost $1 billion out of feeding programs for Americans. These are working families who already, because of the skyrocketing costs of rent or their mortgage or energy costs, are already dependent upon programs that are being cut by this administration. It is cruelty that now is being compounded by what we're seeing with the end of the ACA subsidies as people are seeing what that means. In my state, New Jerseyans are going to pay over 170% more for their health care. I've talked to families up and down my state, and their stories are painful, if not agonizing, because you hear parents talk to a family with a special needs child having to make the most difficult decision. We cannot afford health care for everyone in the family, so now we're trying to figure out which one of the two of us, the parents, should go without health coverage, or perhaps both of us. There is fear in my state of not knowing how you make tough choices, go deeper into credit card debt to cover healthcare costs, make a decision about whether to buy your prescription drugs that you need as the parent and still try to get food on the table. Americans are seeing the sticker shock of healthcare that is skyrocketing because the Republicans refuse to do anything about the problem. There are painful days ahead for Americans who are already enduring the leadership of this administration that is kneecapping American farmers, hurting American companies.
Bro.
Causing so much pain for American workers. As people's energy costs go up,
I can't stand when they fake emotion.
And now their health care
you know?
costs skyrocket. This is an administration that is about corruption, chaos, and cruelty. They should come to the table and negotiate with us. Donald Trump promised to bring people's prices down. He's done the exact opposite. He should come to the table and negotiate with us to help people through this healthcare nightmare.
Bro,
that right now
Hurricane Melissa hits Cuba.
The beautiful bill
Look how close to Florida we are, bro.
Close to $1 trillion.
Hurricane Melissa, man. Anybody in Florida?
This will be the worst healthcare disaster our nation has ever seen, with more people poised to lose health insurance than at any other time. This is a uniquely American problem. The number one reason people go bankrupt in America is still their health care costs. This does not happen in Canada, does not happen in England, does not happen in France. Does not happen in New Zealand. This is an American problem of the Republicans making, and we're demanding that they do something about the pain and the hurt that American families are experiencing and the fear as they look at their health care costs going up in my state well over 100%. These are working Americans who expect more from their leadership, and I, for one, will continue to stand with the people of my state who are demanding help at a time that so many are hurting. I'm excited to bring up my colleague, truly someone who understands that you can't lead the people if you don't love the people, Senator Tina Smith.
Well, good morning. I think it's still morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Senator Booker. And I want to also particularly thank the folks standing behind me who aren't from Washington, D.C., to tell us about what people are really talking about. And you know, I think that for most Americans, healthcare isn't about politics. It is about, it's personal. Is your family healthy? Are your children healthy? Can you get in to see the doctors and the providers that you want? Can you afford to get the care that you need? And I think it is also true that most people in this country would agree that our healthcare system is broken. It takes too long to get what you need, it costs too much, and it might not even be there when you need it. And so this summer, when Donald Trump and Republicans passed their so-called one big beautiful bill, what did they do? They made this worse, not better. They kicked millions of people off of their health insurance, and they made everything more expensive just when Americans are struggling to figure out how to afford their lives. And in fact, what they did do is they found trillions of dollars to give huge tax breaks to big corporations and billionaires. But what didn't they do? They couldn't find the money to extend the ACA tax credit so that people can afford their health insurance. Plenty of money to give huge tax breaks for billionaires, but not enough money to help regular people afford their health insurance. And now here we are. We're just a few days away from November 1st, where millions of Americans are going to see their health insurance premiums double or triple. And I can tell you, in Minnesota...
Francis says you look like that teacher who always puts a movie on. Well, thank you, Francis. Thank you for that. Greenfingers, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Greenfingers. Good to see you.
Who are faced with either dropping their health insurance or somehow figuring out how to literally skip going to the grocery store so they can afford their premiums. I've talked to a young woman who works for a nonprofit child care provider, and she is going to drop her health insurance because she can't afford it. She doesn't have health insurance through her work. And what does this mean? It means she's going to postpone starting her own family. We are nearly 30 days into this shutdown.
Thank you guys for joining. Don't forget to smash the like button.
Keeping the federal government shut down rather than working with Democrats to try to figure out how to solve this problem. And I can tell you, Minnesotans are not happy about this. Farmers and ranchers, small businesses who rely on the health insurance exchange to buy their insurance, they are struggling to make a profit right now, and Donald Trump and Republicans are making it worse by raising the cost of their health insurance to levels that they cannot afford. And I can tell you it is particularly rubbing salt in their wounds to see that at the same time Trump is sending $20 billion to Argentina to bail out Argentina and to bail out the wealthy Wall Street fund managers who are going to benefit from this bailout, but he refuses to help people afford their health insurance. So let me just be clear. Republicans are refusing to negotiate with us. They just keep doing the same damn thing over and over again and demand that we vote for their so-called clean CR, but there is nothing clean about a CR that raises health care costs for people so exorbitantly. It's bad for America, it's bad for Minnesota, and I'm not going to help them do it. The best time to fix this was weeks ago, but the next best time is right now. And we can do better than say to America that you have two choices. One choice is skyrocketing health insurance premiums, or the other choice is decimating the nutrition programs that help people put groceries on the table. That is not a real choice.
What is going on?
That is not the choice
James
that I will
and Ben,
accept.
welcome.
We can do better than that. Now, behind me, we have some incredible folks who can tell you what they're seeing and hearing out in the country. And I'm excited to introduce to you Dr. Fran Patel.
Hi there. My name's Dr. Francesca Haydanek, and I'm an OBGYN working in Western New York. I spend my days and many of my nights taking care of high-risk patients who rely heavily on government assistance to receive care to survive their pregnancies. I'm often told in real life and online, where I educate about obstetrics and gynecology, that I, as a doctor, should not be political. But healthcare is political, and our current government shutdown reflects just how vital a functioning healthcare system is to our country. If healthcare insurance subsidies aren't renewed, families could see their insurance double or even triple next year. And for many of my patients, many who are mothers who already struggle to make ends meet, that means making the choice. Do they pay for health insurance, or do they pay for food and rent? And when my patients have to make that decision, which they already do daily, I see the fallout every single day. My non-pregnant patients are unable to see their primary care physicians prior to their pregnancies, which means they enter pregnancy as a high-risk pregnancy because they couldn't get their diabetes and hypertension controlled prior to becoming pregnant. I see women skipping prenatal visits because they can no longer afford the gas to come to my clinic, and I see mothers delaying care until their third trimester because they've lost their health insurance. I see patients rationing their insulin, skipping blood pressure checks, or showing up in labor with no records, no labs, no care, and no idea how dangerous that their situation could be. Because in my world, those delays are deadly. When a woman can't afford care, preeclampsia goes undiagnosed. I, as an OBGYN, have seen what an eclamptic seizure and subsequent stroke can do to the brain. Gestational diabetes goes unmanaged, and I, as an OBGYN, have to be that person who manages a shoulder dystocia for a 10.5-pound baby whose mother wasn't able to afford her insulin. And a baby who could have been saved isn't there when I put the Doppler on her abdomen. I've had to be the doctor who had to deliver a baby who should have been born alive, but was born still. These are the continued and worsening realities of my future if my patients can't afford health care. I practice in both a high-volume urban hospital serving a high Medicaid population and in a small rural hospital. I see how the lack of care in both of these areas affect outcomes for my patients, and it's only going to worsen if healthcare premiums continue to skyrocket and rural hospitals shut down. We're not just fighting for better outcomes for our patients, we're fighting to keep our doors open. When premiums rise and patients lose insurance, our labor units fill with patients who are sicker and who don't have insurance, and that financial strain is unbearable. Once a maternity ward closes, it almost never reopens. So yes, this shutdown is political, and so is healthcare, but the consequences of the lack of healthcare are deeply personal. Every mother deserves to walk into a delivery room without fear of losing everything, her home, her health insurance coverage, or her life, just because she dared to have a baby in America. We need to extend the subsidies that make care affordable. We need to protect maternal health programs to keep our patients alive, because when we fail our mothers, we fail our families. I became an OBGYN to deliver healthy babies. I never imagined I'd have to stand here pleading for my patients' ability to afford the care that keeps them alive. Thank you.
Not Greenfinger's putting a long in. Greenfinger's going to long this? Bro, if Greenfinger's is longing this, then I'm definitely longing this. What are you guys doing? Are you guys going to sit on your hands? Are you trading the FOMC? Are you going to wait it out? What is the plan here, guys? Let us know. What is your plan? Comment in the chat.
I have dedicated my life to improving the health of our nation's children through clinical care.
Is the government going to continue to stay shut down? We are now looking at the government shutdown on its 28th day, pushing a month of the government being shut down. Will this continue? How will it affect the markets? Could we see a shift here if the government, if we see signs the government might reopen?
And millions at risk of losing their health insurance, but numbers do not tell the full story. I want to tell you how this crisis will affect the lives and families, specifically the lives and families of the children I treat. Over the past 15 years in pediatrics and pediatric critical care medicine, I have seen firsthand what happens when children lose access to health care. I have intubated teenagers in diabetic comas because they had to ration their insulin that their families could not afford. I have battled uncontrolled seizures in the ICU, which can cause permanent brain damage because parents had to choose between their child's seizure medications and paying their rent. I have held the hand of a mother whose daughter's treatable asthma became a life-threatening crisis that killed her because they couldn't afford albuterol. These stories are both tragic and tragically common. When healthcare costs become unbearable, life-saving EpiPens do not get refilled. A child's sinus infection turns into meningitis, and a ruptured appendicitis leads to septic shock from delayed care. In medicine, we take an oath. First, do no harm. Right now, inaction is causing harm, and the children I have dedicated my life to protecting will bear the consequences. Every day I go to work, I see the absolute best of what our healthcare system can do. I see brilliant doctors and nurses performing miracles. I see children who survive against impossible odds. But I also see the worst consequences of policy choices that force families to choose between medical care for their children and other necessities. I am here to warn you, Congress's inaction is about to unleash an avalanche of suffering on our nation's children. As both a doctor and a mother, I am proud to stand with Senator Warren and these Democratic leaders who are fighting for health care for our nation's families, and most importantly, the future of our nation, our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. We got a chode on the chart, folks. We have a chode on the chart. If you don't know what that means...
I'm Heather.
You were not born in the 90s.
I'm OBGYN, and I come to you as a person who provides reproductive health care in a working class community in the Bronx to ask, why are we trying to worsen our healthcare crisis?
We're listening in here to Senate Democrats and advocates as they're talking about health care amid the ongoing shutdown. We are going to be stepping away just briefly, but before we do so, I did want to share this live look with you. This is another live look as we are expecting to hear from even more Senate Democrats about the government shutdown, as well as SNAP benefits. That is food assistance right there. So we did want to share that with you. But before we head to break, I did also want to bring this up. We are expecting another live event to get underway later on at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is with Secretary RFK Jr., FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Oz, as they're talking about major actions to lower drug costs. Healthcare continuing to be a major focal point amid the ongoing shutdown. And as we do here on Live Now from Fox, we like the interaction with our viewers. So we wanted to ask you this. Are you concerned your healthcare will be impacted amid the shutdown? You can just vote by scanning the QR code on the upper right-hand side.
I did want to keep us updated this morning on, the government shutdown, and there is big news with Trump in securing a trade deal. There's other big news with him meeting
to lower prescription
in
drug
South Korea.
Happening right now. Democratic senators and advocates, they're talking about healthcare amid the ongoing shutdown. So we do encourage you to cast your vote, to make your opinion known. We like to bring that to our viewers and have that interaction. So are you concerned your healthcare will be impacted amid the shutdown? We're just going to rest on this for just a moment to allow.
All right. And while they're on a quick break, we'll go ahead and do a quick analysis of the market. So we'll go ahead and do a quick breakdown of the current price action. What is going on with Bitcoin? What's going on with altcoins leading into today's FOMC meeting? And as of right now, folks, it looks to me like we are getting a pullback. We are seeing a move to the downside currently. Short-term move to the downside. Now, let's see. Dogecoin. You guys know I cover Dogecoin a lot on the channel. Doge right now looking at some support here, testing local lows here. Previously, we noticed Dogecoin actually, this being a good spot for a bounce. And if you zoom way out and we look at this, we are still in the tip of this pattern, still looking to try to form a bottom, a lot depending on what happens today with the Fed press conference and the Fed interest rate decision. And even Dogecoin and other coins like top meme coins, for example, such volatility in times like this. Like today's FOMC, you're going to see the volatility with coins like Dogecoin, way more volatility there than with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and even like Chainlink, Solana. But everything right now, altcoins across the board right now are getting a nice squeeze. And Bitcoin pulling down here to this previous support on the daily at $110,700. We are currently pulling down to this support. And it looks like to me on the daily, Bitcoin has absolutely confirmed this breakout. And once we confirm support on this, if we confirm support above 110,700, then this is going to be setting up a beautiful, beautiful reversal here. You know, you've got the MACD on the daily with a bullish cross down here below the bars. You have the break above the LSMA, and then you have this bullish reversal trying to take place here where you do have possibly an inverse head and shoulders. Don't want to rely too much on an inverse head and shoulders pattern, but if it holds support at $110,000 here at this line here, as we come down to that currently, we hold support there. And this is a good sign that we're going to have a continuation to my target of 130K. And that is simply the measurement of the descending wedge or triangle pattern. And 130K is just simply a measurement, not necessarily the top that I'm looking for. And it just depends on what happens and if we remain in this bullish uptrend, right? This has lasted longer than it should already, folks. Okay, it really has. It's lasted longer than it should already. So will Bitcoin continue to remain in this uptrend today? What happens after today's FOMC meeting? Interest rate cut decision. Does Bitcoin stay in this uptrend? Do we bounce here like we have every time we bottomed on it, right? Bottomed on it and we bounced. Each time we bounced. Do we bounce again? Do we bounce again? Or is it finally time for Bitcoin to roll over here? Let me know what you think in the chat, guys. I think my personal opinion, and it's only my opinion, but my personal opinion is that we bounce. I think we hold this uptrend. I don't think that we've seen the blow off top moment yet for Bitcoin. Now, will it come? Yes. Will it come? It will come, and it will come fast, and it will come hard, and it will come as a surprise to most when we least expect it. But I don't think we've had a blow off top moment yet. We don't seem to be at a peak. We seem to be consolidating to support. And this price action for Bitcoin historically, this is the most healthy. This is the most healthy, beautiful. A lot of people are hating on this market, right? Okay, a lot of people are hating on this market cycle, right? A lot of people saying that it's the worst market cycle ever, right? Saying that this is the worst Bitcoin crypto market cycle that they've ever been in. Have those people been in very many crypto market cycles? And what do you consider a healthy market cycle, right? Because think about this. This is beautiful, right? Now, granted, the volatility, the parabolic runs, and the blow-off tops, that gives you those real fast gains, right? That gives you that fast money, right? Like 2017's bull run, or even the 2021 bull run, 2020. But this right here, this beautiful stair-stepped bullish, bullish uptrends, consolidation to support, bullish uptrend, consolidate to support. I mean, this is just beautiful stair-stepped price action. And again, this is another reason why I just don't think that we have not reached FOMO yet. We have not reached a parabolic peak. We have seen nothing but healthy price structure with Bitcoin so far. And all the way back to January of 2023, this has been happening, folks. It is ugly for the alts, Ben, and I will get into the chat with you guys. I appreciate you guys commenting in the chat, by the way. News Rush, welcome back. Good to see you. We will be here covering the FOMC meeting live and the market reaction. It is ugly for the altcoins. You're right, Ben. It is ugly for the altcoins. It has been terrible for altcoins this cycle, and a lot of altcoins that we would have typically expected to perform well have underperformed. The liquidation event crushed many top altcoins that many people had their eyes set on. And you know what that did? It did exactly what it intended to do. It crushed people's sentiment. It crushed people's hope. It shook people out as it intended to do. And I've seen it. You have seen it all over Crypto X, Crypto Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I don't know why we are still, have you noticed that we are still debating, or, formerly Twitter? Everywhere you look, it says formerly Twitter. Like, okay, we get it. It's X now. We can just call it X. But you see it all over Crypto X. And, it's, the sentiment has definitely changed since the liquidations. And it did what it intended to do. It shook people out. Now, are you one of those that got shaken out? What is your go-to plan here? Maybe you don't think you got shaken out. Maybe you think is really the top. It is really the end of the market cycle. And typically, it should be. It should be Q4 2025, possibly a little into Q1 2026, should be, logically, technically, should be the end of the cycle. But what do we see here is just such, this just does not match. It does not match price action from previous cycles. We are nowhere near a top. If you look at that in regards to previous cycles, right? I mean, we have just been on a tear, folks, a tear, but we don't seem to be anywhere near a top. Okay. For example, a top like this. Nothing about any of this looks anywhere similar to this. Okay. This is what we're doing here. Riding the waves up. This is a parabolic run, blow off top moment, right? Parabolic run, blow off top. That is what we've seen here. Parabolic run, blow off top, fake out, and then bear market. We did get faked out here with that double top. But the current market structure doesn't seem to be in any kind of territory like this. Like, where's the blow off top? So, with that being said, can we expect a bullish reaction from Bitcoin today? Or do we need to come down and test 100,000 first? This is one thing I have noticed. Okay. And this is something that since September of 2024, Bitcoin's price has done on the weekly consistently for a year now. Consistently, we've seen this happen. So look at this. In September of 2024, the Bitcoin price came down to this indicator, to this band, this support band. And we bounced beautifully. That was the bottom on that retrace, right? And that was in September 2024. In March and April of 2025, of this year, was our second bottom here after a correction. And the bottom was also confirmed on this support band. So, what I'm looking at here is the possibility for Bitcoin to come down. Depending what happens with the FOMC, could we see some volatility, push the price down, and then back up, just like here, right? Just like each time on this support band. Ever since we got above this support band, it has been key in holding us up on this run. So that is coming in at about 100,000, right at 100K. So $96,000 to $100,000, $96,000 to $100,000, 100,500 is going to be that support level to look at. And that lines up with this previous top and consolidation over here. Previous support as well back here. So do we need to come down, get a little candle close on the weekly down here? You know, possibly in the next few days. Could we see that? I think that is a possibility. Now, the one thing that could keep that from happening, the one thing that could keep Bitcoin from losing current support and coming down here to test this area, which is on, this is the daily currently, but on the weekly, that would be that support band. The one thing that would keep us from seeing Bitcoin's price do that would be Jerome Powell. Okay, interest rate cuts, the bullish sentiment coming back. If the government reopens, you know, there's a bunch of things happening. Trump's trade deal, and there's just a lot of things happening that could manipulate the market. So right now, I just think we need to be extra cautious with this because, like I said, even though on, like, for example, the daily, we are above the LSMA, testing a local point of control here on this consolidation and local support. But it still looks like we could come down on the weekly. Weekly charts, zoom out, you know, when in doubt, zoom out always. And the weekly chart does still look like we could come down here to test the support band. And again, the support band has been playing out consistently since September 2024. And, you know, this would, let's see, it is now October. So think about how many months intervals we've had here. So from September 2024, from this bottom on the support band to April, March, April. I mean, that's almost, you know, close to a year there on that support band that it took us to get to it. And so again, do we need to come back down to this before lifting off here? What do you guys think? I would love your opinion on this analysis in the chat. Anybody? Anybody? Because again, it's done it consistently and it plays out consistently. So I think that it's likely, unless Jerome Powell does something to give us the move to the upside, which is likely, right? But we're all expecting it. Everybody, the market is expecting a move to the upside. We're expecting bullish sentiment from the Fed. I love how we got this breakout, but we got a breakout. And it looks like we are getting a back test of that. Ethereum's 4-hour time frame here. If that could hold. If the back test could hold. All right, guys, let's tune back in here and see what's going on. Let's see. Looks like right now it's just a press briefing on the Hurricane Melissa.
And giving health care to people who broke our sovereignty and came here illegal. That's California. That's Gavin Newsom.
And meanwhile, Schumer, remember, he had that comment, every day it's getting better for us. But CNN's Harry Enten seems to suggest otherwise. Watch this.
Yeah, you might think, given that the Republicans are in charge of both the House and the Senate, that a government shutdown might actually hurt the Republican brand. But in fact, it hasn't. If anything, it's been helped a little bit. Take a look here, the shift in net popularity versus pre-shutdown. Among the when we're looking at the Republican Party overall, that brand actually up 2 points. That's within the margin of error, but clearly it hasn't dropped. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. It's actually up 5 points since pre-shutdown. So what we're seeing here is the Republican brand in Congress has actually improved somewhat.
Brian, the nation seems to get it.
They do, and it's the continuing resolution that they want. Just keep this in mind, and John Fetterman said it best. I never thought I'd say that line, but John Fetterman said it best. He said, this is Joe Biden's budget, continue to fund it while we work on it. And looking inside Washington things, watching all the Sunday shows, did you see Senator Tim Kaine on Sunday? He gave an indication they need an off-ramp. Remember, Ted Cruz needed an off-ramp when he shut down the government in 2013 in order to eradicate Obamacare, which wasn't going to happen. So an off-ramp might be this. Tim Kaine says, I don't trust the president. He keeps cutting out programs that we wanted, and now how am I supposed to trust him? If you can get the president, for example, to guarantee not to cut anything on OMB and to engage for the next four weeks on health care, some type of issue, maybe that's the off-ramp Democrats need, because right now, too many people are going to get hurt. And I think the Democrats have to really worry about too many people are going to blame them now.
Yeah, no, that's right. And, you know, Emily, I do want to point out that Gavin Newsom's tried to use scripture before to justify his policies on his abortion billboards. He put Mark 12:31, love your neighbor as yourself, no greater commandment than these. I mean, there's no greater neighbor than the little one inside your stomach. I just point this out to say the scriptural justification for what he is doing and saying, I mean, he got it backwards on the issue of life. He may be right on this one, but he's wrong in not rallying his party around the scripture he cites.
Yeah, and look, being honest here, as someone who has, as you guys know, lived under his, reign as mayor and governor for all these years, being from there, I struggle with criticizing someone who invokes scripture, because I think that every time someone brings it up, I think that's a blessing and that's a vehicle, and maybe perhaps someone heard that needed to. But that being said, I also feel that I've been subjected to a very smarmy and weasel-like sort of capturing of scripture and of words and slogans by this person to justify whatever is in front of him on his plate and his priority at that moment, including the Care Not Cash program in San Francisco that absolutely decimated the homeless population. In fact, it spiked after that. So the justification, yes, I don't argue with, but I certainly don't see the nexus with his plans, because all it has done is harm Californians and harm those of faith and harm those pastors that were arrested under his watch for daring to preach the gospel and give communion during the closure during COVID. So I just am so disheartened that someone who has such a big mouthpiece, who could use scripture for actual good and accuracy, is instead wielding it like a charlatan showman.
You can't be surprised, though. Look, Kaylee,
why am I surprised?
I like the verses he cited, but it's the follow through after. And on the issue of life, I just want to point out, dead wrong to cite that scripture supports abortion, because it does not.
Correct.
And what makes it even worse is that he's using scripture to drum up anger and resentment ahead of an election week. That's the play here. The Democrats are trying to drive up anger and resentment because apparently that's the only thing that can get their voters to the polls, which should tell you a lot about the state of the Democratic Party. But as you mentioned, Kayleigh, the Democrats own this shutdown. And they don't just own the shutdown itself, they also own its root causes. The two big policies that have been driving this debate right now are illegal immigrants and health care for illegal immigrants, and then the subsidies for Obamacare that were temporarily extended during COVID. Both of those policies are the consequences of Democratic failures that they are now trying to hide behind, and they're trying to pin those consequences on Republicans. The whole thing is dishonest, and I'm glad to see that at least CNN is admitting they can't hide from these things anymore.
Obamacare doesn't work, and he wants a Republican administration to bail it out.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
And it's very simple. He could come on this network today, any network, and just say, hey, guys, let's follow through on what I'm suggesting. Let's vote to reopen the government, pay federal workers, restart these programs. I don't hear that. All right. Once a climate change alarmist, Bill Gates is changing his tune. He's now pushing back against a, quote, doomsday outlook. We'll explain.
Picking the wrong when your stroke leaves you.
Will I get wrecked today? That's the big question. Will we get wrecked? Or will the risk takers be the ones that get the juice today? What do you guys think? You know, I think that the volatility is going to be high. I think that it's worth throwing a little bit of change at, you know. That's my opinion.
Dark.
What is going on here? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Else, John Thune is responsible. The Hawley bill now has 11 Republican co-sponsors and many, many Democrats, including myself, Senator Klobuchar, and Senator Lujan. We have all co-sponsored the Hawley bill. Today, tomorrow, if John Thune would put it on the floor, it would pass overwhelmingly. But he's afraid of Trump. He's going along in this heartless, cruel thing with Trump. Just a few weeks ago, Trump's own U.S. Department of Agriculture confirmed it had $6 billion in emergency funding to keep food aid flowing. When asked about SNAP at that point, here's what he said. Yep, everybody's going to be in good shape. That means he's got the money, folks. And these Republican lies, plain and simple, that they don't have the money, are lies. But they're vicious lies. They're hurtful lies. They're harmful lies. Okay? Last Friday, all of a sudden, Trump ordered that the USDA delete the plan and refuse to use the money. No reason, no explanation, plain cruelty. Cruelty that even Trump back in 2019 didn't do, but he's gotten so much worse and so much meaner and so much more desperate because he knows the American people are turning against him on health care and, as Amy will mention a little later, on SNAP as well. So Trump is weaponizing hunger. He's turning millions of children and seniors and veterans into political pawns. He's choosing politics over people, cruelty over compassion. And let's be clear about this. They've been on a crusade. The Republicans have been on a crusade against SNAP all year. They slashed it by $200 billion this summer to pay for their tax cuts for billionaires. So they've never wanted SNAP, and they don't want it now. But as again, they're using these 40 million innocent people as pawns. It's a disgrace. They can end it right now. Amy.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader, and thank you to Senator Lujan for leading a very important bill which would restore...
Okay, I'm going to have to vote. I'll be right back.
Okay, so. Thanks. Okay. Oh, now we're... Say whatever we want. A very important bill that would restore the SNAP funding, and that bill, like the Hawley bill, we could pass right now. Senator Lujan's bill that I'm co-sponsoring with him, he's the lead of the Subcommittee on Agriculture, actually includes WEEX as well, so I'm partial to it. But the point is that both bills we're supportive of. And so Senator Thune should call these bills up. He should call both of them up immediately, and as Senator Schumer said, they would pass. So that's why this is such a false crisis. Why is it actually a crisis? Because the House isn't here. So if we pass the bill because they're afraid to vote on the Epstein files, it will sit over in the Halloween candy jar of Speaker Johnson, where, by the way, the candy is 10% more expensive because of the Trump tariffs. Secondly, that money, as Senator Schumer has explained, is there. There is $6 billion with a B, dollars that are set aside in a contingency fund for things like this. And one of the things that really bothers me about this is that they clearly knew that this could happen, and they actually had on their website, and I know many of you have seen this, a plan that was not issued under the Biden administration. It was issued under the Trump administration, and we screenshot it, so we have it. No one denied that it was out there. It's now magically disappeared like the East Wing. And it says this. It says, the receipts were these. This plan said, congressional intent is evident, congressional intent, that SNAP's operations should continue during a shutdown, and multi-year contingency funds are also available to fund participant benefits in the event that a lapse occurs. So there it is. We would call that a smoking gun in my old job as a prosecutor. They had it on their own website. They took it down at the administration's direction. So they have the money there, or they can fund it through legislation. So let's just make that clear. Then let's go to the second question. Why are they doing this now? Guess we could ask the same question. Why did Trump pardon George Santos when a lot of people in the Republican side in the House never would have wanted that to happen? Why did he suddenly ask for $230 million from the Justice Department? Why did he say he was going to run a third term and then back down? Steve Bannon put it out there. Why are all these things happening? Dominate the news every single day. Well, they think they can fool the American people. They're seeing their premium increases now. No matter how many things they throw out there, no matter how many families they threaten to starve, the fact is the premium notices November 1st is the date. It's not a December thing. It's not a January thing. It's a now thing. And when you, as we have done in going into a number of red states, Senator Kaine and I did a press call yesterday in Texas. 75% of the people, 75% of the people who are on the Affordable Care Act live in states that Donald Trump won. And they may not be in this building today. They may not be the people that you all talk to when you're walking around the hallways and see what people think about what's happening right now in America. But the people out there, they know their costs are up, they know that chaos is up, they know that corruption is up. And healthcare is the major driver of their costs, but you add in their garden equipment, tools, audio equipment, these numbers are skyrocketing right now because of the Trump tariffs and because of the inability to even come to the table to talk about health care with us. He's off flying around, meeting with all these foreign leaders, negotiating with them, doing photo ops while we're here in this building waiting for him to call up our leaders to go and negotiate on this, the thing that is the number one thing on Americans' minds, and that is their cost and the cost of their health care. So I turn it over to Ben Ray.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you
Did
so
she
much.
say anything I wouldn't like?
There we go. There we are.
Look, you all, I appreciate this room being full. Getting a chance to visit with you in the hallways, but also here. I mean, this shows the interest here. I'm going to repeat something Senator Schumer shared, and it goes to Secretary Perdue. This funding for SNAP has never lapsed in the history of the United States. Last shutdown under President Trump. They found a way to use this money. As a matter of fact, the contingency fund this year was already utilized to pay for staff for SNAP. They already tapped it once. And that plan that Senator Klobuchar talked about, here it is. Why would this magically disappear from the website? And why Speaker Johnson lying to the American people saying, oh, the law does not allow for this to happen? It's bullshit. I'll say it. I come from a small farm. I know the difference of good soil and the bullshit that goes in it, and this is the bullshit. Taking these plans down to try to lie to the American people and justify why it's okay for people to go hungry.
You know, it's funny to me that it seems like politicians bit their tongue for so long until Trump came along. And then Trump came along, and now everybody wants to cuss and you know, you can't jump on the bandwagon after the fact, you know? You're either authentic from day one or you're not. And Trump has been authentic since we watched him speak in the 90s about what he would do if he was president. He's doing the exact things that he spoke of, that he said that he believed we needed to be done, we needed to have done to the government back then. So he stayed authentic. This guy, I don't know. Don't know about this guy.
Of SNAP beneficiaries, Louisiana's in the top 5. Third. I'll remind you the state that the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives is from. I hope his constituents find him. I hope the Republican colleagues, I think Leader Schumer, you shared with us, it's 75 now. 75 House Republicans that have told the press something has to be done to prevent health insurance premiums from doubling. They should come to Washington, D.C. They don't need to wait for the Speaker to invite them. Come down here. Let's get together. If the Speaker doesn't want to get in a room, how about the rest of us get in a room? I'll close with this. Chuck, as I turn this back to you. We had a governor from New Mexico, Bruce.
Just want to say thank you all for showing up today, for being here and joining the stream and joining the channel. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new and hit that like button. I do appreciate you guys showing up.
White House, President Trump said it's up to a president to prevent a shutdown. He said it does not bode well for presidents if there's a shutdown. Well, come on back. Bring everyone back. Let's get this done. But in the meantime, all that needs to happen is for Secretary Rollins to say, no, we're going to use this fund. We're going to pay people food. Or we're going to pay for this program to get people food. It can happen right now. There doesn't even need to be a vote. But if they want to vote, bring one of these bills up. I'm confident it'll pass the Senate floor. Maybe that'll force House Republicans to come back.
Okay, questions on this subject first. Yes.
You've said that there are legislative solutions. Obviously, you said the administration should tap into the contingency fund, but come the weekend, if SNAP does run out, tens of millions of Americans will go hungry. Are you getting a sense from your Democratic colleagues that
That can happen right now. There doesn't even need to be a vote. But if they want to vote,
my Democratic colleagues
bring
are
one of these bills
united
up.
in the fact
I'm confident
that
it'll
Trump and
pass
the
the Senate floor.
administration can.
Maybe that'll force House Republicans to come back.
Okay, questions on this subject first. Yes.
You've said that there are legislative solutions. Obviously, you said that the administration should tap into the contingency fund, but come the weekend, if SNAP does run out, tens of millions of Americans will go hungry. Are you getting a sense from your Democratic colleagues that the pain of that and other aspects of the shutdown might outweigh this fight?
My Democratic colleagues are united in the fact that Trump and the administration can do this, not this weekend, tomorrow, today, right away. Every Democrat is a sponsor of Lujan's bill, and that's how we feel. Yes.
Thank you so much. Irrespective of the dispute on whether USDA contingency funds can be used for SNAP benefits.
It is not, wait a minute, excuse me. It is not a dispute. It is fact they can use it, and the Republicans say it.
Okay, but there's, only 5 or 6 billion, and it's not cost $8 billion monthly just to administer. I mean, if anything, it would only last.
It does not cost $5 or $6 billion to administer. There's enough money to start feeding people right away. $6 billion's a lot of money, and they're using it for other things. $20 billion for Argentina, hundreds of millions for Kristi Noem's plane. Who are we kidding here? Yes.
What happens once it runs out? If it only lasts 2-3 weeks, the Democrats fold then?
The bottom line is they can fund it just as in 2019, just as in other shutdowns, for a long period of time.
And they also, if
Go ahead.
the contingency fund, which is $6 billion, which gets you nearly a month, 3 weeks, runs out, then they can pass Senator Lujan or Senator Hawley's bill, both of which we support. We know that there'll be 60 votes for that. Why aren't they calling it up? They're not calling it up because the House isn't here to pass it. That's the way it works. The House would have to come here. They probably would have to vote on the Epstein files, but they're choosing to let kids go hungry instead of having to vote on the Epstein files. There's no doubt about it. They have been out for 6 weeks on vacation.
Just think.
How
if
do you
they
guys
have
feel
all this
about
money
this?
for Argentina and all this money for other things, they have enough money to keep funding SNAP, and they know it. And I just want to say what Lujan said. Johnson just lies. He lied about on immigration.
Are both
on the
sides just
undocumented.
using
He's lying about this. He just outright lies. Plain
SNAP
and
benefits?
simple. It is not illegal, and his own president has done it.
Are both
Yes.
are both sides just literally out here dangling the SNAP benefits over everybody's heads, like, and using it as limbo? Like, here you go. We know that you need this, so we're going to use this as a way to get you to not like the other party. What? Oh, politics, man. Politics.
Are you saying Democrats have no responsibility for the fact that
We are saying the
The relaxing
we are
sounds
saying the
exactly,
Republicans
bro.
can fund it now, and they're using these people as hostages. Plain and simple. Next. That's the answer. The answer is they can fund it right now. Okay? Right now.
What are they?
And by the way, we don't want to pit health care and food. They do. We think you can have both. Yes.
On SNAP and on the ACA, Leader Spoon said yesterday he had just spoken to President Trump and that the president would be willing to sit down with him next week to talk about ACA subsidies. Is that an acceptable offer for you? If the government opens, by the way, is that an acceptable offer for you?
We've always said, they always say, do it later. Do it later. Later, to quote Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter from the Birmingham jail, means never. They have had since March to do this. They voted 3 times against it.
Chris Arambula.
So this idea, do it later, been there, done that. We have to do it now.
Right.
The window opens. Thank you, everybody. On
me-
this subject,
I personally can't stand this guy or her and her smirk, man. I personally.
relationship with him, and we're continuing to talk.
The vote is on Tuesday. What are you going to do?
So there you have it. We were hearing from Senate
That
Democrats
reporter,
talking
the vote's
about
on Tuesday. What are you gonna do?
benefits amid the ongoing government shutdown, getting contentious at times amid
Yo.
the questioning. We were hearing some fiery speech right there. I did want to also share this with you as you're taking a live look at
Man, they-
Capitol Hill right
They
here.
go through all
Coming
that
up
trouble
at
making those
around
big
1
posters and
p.m.,
everything. It's
Secretary
just
RFK
such
Jr.,
a big
FDA
stage,
Commissioner
bro.
Marty McCary, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Oz will be holding a news conference to announce major actions to lower drug costs. So we did want to share that with you. And also, as we share what both sides of the aisle are saying, Senate Republicans talking about SNAP benefits, which is exactly what the Democratic senators were talking about right here. They're saying
Good morning, everybody.
have
Thank you
blocked
guys for
SNAP
being here.
food
We are
assistance
awaiting
for
the
42
FOMC.
million Americans.
We are
13
awaiting Jerome Powell. And while we await, we are taking a look at some other breaking news and developments related to the government shutdown And still awaiting the FOMC meeting. Of course, as soon as it goes live, we will be covering it here live with market reaction in real time. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And again, thank you for being here. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new and tap that like button to support the stream. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
That briefing continuing. Let's listen in.
Viable routes inside Gaza and unimpeded access, including for NGOs, and of course continued funding. And just on the West Bank, our human rights colleagues said yesterday ongoing attacks by Israeli settlers are continuing to instill fear, destroy homes, livelihoods, and force Palestinians off their lands. Turning to Ukraine, where our humanitarian colleagues tell us that attacks and hostilities across the country are continuing to kill and injure civilians, including children, and damage civilian infrastructure. In Kherson City, a strike today severely damaged a children's hospital, including a child, injuring a child and medical workers. Humanitarian coordinator from Ukraine, Matthias Schmale, said the strike on a children's hospital is a matter of grave concern, adding that attacks against civilians, health facilities, and are strictly prohibited under international humanitarian law. Also today, a humanitarian convoy facilitated by our OCHA colleagues delivered assistance to communities in Kutsurbuska in the Mykolaiv region. This marks the third convoy to the region in 2025, reaching 4,000 people in hard-hit communities. And from January to September of this year, our humanitarian partners reached more than 4 million people across Ukraine with at least one type of assistance, covering 42% of the people in need. More than 500 organizations provided support, with the highest number of people reached in the Dnipro, Kharkiv, and Mykolaiv region. 3/4 of the way through the year, $2.6 billion humanitarian needs and response plan for Ukraine is 44% funded with $1.5 billion. A number of you have asked me this morning of our reaction concerning the police raids that took place in Rio de Janeiro. And I can tell you that the Secretary General is gravely concerned by the large number of casualties during a police operation conducted yesterday in Rio de Janeiro. He stresses that the use of force in police operations must adhere to international human rights law and standards, and urges the authorities to undertake a prompt investigation. Two climate-related things to flag to you. Today, the UN Environment Program released its Adaptation Gap Report. UNEP notes that while adaptation planning and implementation are improving, adaptation finance needs in developing countries by 2035 are over $310 billion per year, which is 12 times as much as current international public adaptation finance flows. In a message for the release of the report, the Secretary General said the report is a red alert. Climate impacts are accelerating, he said, and yet adaptation finance is not keeping pace, leaving the world's most vulnerable exposed to rising seas, deadly storms, and searing heat. The Secretary General said this is not just a funding gap, it is a failure of global solidarity. He stressed that COP30 in Brazil must deliver a global action plan to ensure developing countries have the resources and capacity to protect their people, strengthen food and water security, and build resilience across everyday sector of development. Also released today was the 2025 report of the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, produced in collaboration with our friends at the World Health Organization in Geneva. That report warned that continued over-reliance on fossil fuel and the failure to adapt to a heating world are already having a devastating toll on human health. The report shows that the rate of heat-related mortality has increased 23% since the late 1990s, pushing the total heat-related deaths to an average of 546,000 deaths per year. According to the report, droughts and heat waves were associated with an additional 124 million human beings facing moderate or severe food insecurity in 2023. And they also point out that governments spend $956 billion on net fossil fuel subsidies in 2023, more than triple the amount pledged annually to support climate vulnerable countries. The Department of Peace Operations, together with Canada, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Korea, and UN Women, just concluded a high-level event entitled Women, Peace, and Security at a Crossroads, Rethinking, Reimagining, and Recommitting to Women, Peace, and Security in UN Peacekeeping. At the event, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the head of Peace Operations, emphasized the critical role of UN peacekeeping in advancing gender equality and implementing the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. U.S. Peacekeeping's report on 25 years of women, peace, and security is available online. Today is an international day that we could use every day. It is the International Day of Care and Support. Paid and unpaid care work from domestic labor and caring for loved ones is essential to sustainable societies, yet it remains undervalued and underpaid. We call for fair wages, stronger protection for care workers, and recognition of care work's vital role in our economies and societies. Benny, you got to pay attention, Gab.
All right, I made it. So, you know, there's like a race for...
The what, sorry?
A race for the Secretary General of the United Nations.
I'm aware.
So I wonder if the Secretary General has any opinion on the major issues rather than personalities as to, for instance, should it be a woman? Should it be somebody from a certain regional area?
You know, I think I would refer you back to what the Secretary General has said.
I need more coffee for this, folks. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Hope you are doing fantastic today. We are going to be taking a look at the crypto markets as we go into today's big FOMC, one of the biggest FOMCs of the year, right? Biggest interest rate decision of 2025. So going into that, we are going to be taking a look at the crypto market. I need some more coffee, so I will be right back. Aussie, what is going on? Humpty, what is going on? Greenfingers, good to have you guys here. The Relaxing Sounds, good to see you, Chris. Thank you again for being in the chat. And all of you guys, man, don't forget, engage, drop in the chat. What are you expecting after the FOMC? Are you bullish? Are you bearish? Where do you stand? Are you trading? Are you not trading? What's the move? What's the move, bro? Let us know in the chat. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee because I can't. I just can't. I can't do this no more. I gotta have more caffeine. I've got to have more caffeine.
And I will check.
I will be right back.
At the political mission in Baghdad.
Just one more question, if you can check if we don't have enough.
So we're listening in here to the daily press briefing, talking about international concerns right now. They're talking about elections in Iraq right there. We are going to have to step away for a brief break, continuing our live coverage. After that, I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching live now from Fox. After the break, Mike Page is going to be your host. And before we let you go, a live look right here at the Dow Jones Index in the green all day today, up about 271 points. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some coffee. Do not go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back with a fresh refill. Fresh refill. And I needed it. Boy, I need that. I needed that bad. God, I apologize. I didn't mean to cough on you, bro. My bad. My bad, guys. My bad. Okay, where are we at, folks? Let's see where we're at today. Where are we at right now? Let's see. What is up, 17 Soup? Ben Smiths, Aussie. 17 Soup, good to see you. Based on your knowledge, would the Fed cut cause a pump? Well, historically, we can look at what has typically taken place. And although we did get a pump after the last FOMC, we sure did get a pump fake because we had the liquidation event occur not long after that pump. But the atmosphere is a little bit different going into this FOMC meeting, and we are already down considerably here, and we are actually, Bitcoin is at support. Bitcoin is at long-term weekly bull market support. The only thing that I am looking at is the fact that we haven't came all the way down and closed weekly candles on top of this bull market support band like we have previously. We haven't done that yet. That is the only thing concerning me at the moment. Other than that, we are at weekly support. So Bitcoin from here, as it has done every time we have hit support, you know, I mean, every time. Now, granted, this time we did not come much higher than the previous high, right? That was not a very big move for Bitcoin, but we are back testing that weekly support once again. And really, even if we just did something similar to this from the current price, I mean, that puts Bitcoin above 150,000. Where is the resistance at from this? I mean, if we were to come all the way to the resistance, that would put in a target of 200,000. So Bitcoin right now testing weekly support. Make or break moment, really. Make or break moment with this FOMC meeting. Because we are testing weekly support, testing a weekly uptrend that has been holding since we went into this bull market. Since the end of 2022, we've been in this rising channel on the weekly. So this is a make or break moment. Depending on what happens during today's FOMC meeting, which we are going to be covering here shortly, we will see the market react. And with Bitcoin being at such a critical level, the volatility will be real. And a sharp move here down is possible. But if we maintain this uptrend on the weekly, as we have now for over a year, if we maintain the uptrend on the weekly, then my only guess is that Bitcoin will run like it has each other time. And while we didn't come all the way to the resistance on this run here, right? We didn't come all the way up here to the resistance like we did here and like we did here. We did not do that here, but I think the measured move here, we're looking at 130 to 150,000 potentially in the coming weeks if we have a very bullish sentiment and the rate cuts confirmed at this FOMC meeting. We're looking at 130 to 150,000 incoming, in my opinion. And, you know, depending if we can maintain this bullish uptrend and we don't break this support, because if we do break the support, then it's going to start to look like this. And if it looks like this, if we see Bitcoin's price drop anywhere below 95,000, 96,000 right here, if we see Bitcoin's price drop anywhere below that and we start to go below this band, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty, because then it's going to be something like this, right? It's going to be familiar. It's going to look like this. This band is going to start to go over and curl over like this, and then it's going to start to turn red, and then we're going to be down below the band, and then it's going to be, that would be bear market territory, right? That's the setup for entering a bear market. Okay, so that's what we don't want to see happen yet, right? I don't know about you guys. I'm not really ready for the bear market yet. So if we see this happen, if Bitcoin does not hold this band like it has been so far, and again, this market cycle is totally different. I don't care what anybody says. This market cycle is totally different than previous cycles. And you've heard that before, but this time is real because the price action is just simply different. And we have to take that into consideration. So leading into the FOMC today, will we see Bitcoin maintain this uptrend? Will we maintain the uptrend? Or will we crash and burn? I personally believe once Bitcoin breaks this weekly uptrend and it gets down into anywhere near the $89,000, $88,000 range, bull run is over. Bull market is over. Bull market is done if Bitcoin's price action falls down around 85,000. There's no way. I don't think that we would recover from that. I think that once we get down into these price levels, I think the bears will have control. And the reason is because it's just the way the market cycle works. It's the way the indicators work. It's just the way the trend works. And if we fall down below, 90,000, then even if Bitcoin were to bounce, it's going to put in a top. If we fall below key support levels like 100,000, 96,000, then any kind of bounce is just going to come up and test previous resistance, previous support, get rejected, and then it's going to fall on down, right? Again, it would put in a head and shoulders. If we were to fall down to anywhere around 85,000 and then bounce, we wouldn't get above 105 probably. And then we'd put in a head and shoulders, and then it'd be bear market territory. So, with that being said, Bitcoin must hold, in my opinion, must hold 100,000. 100,000 now has become the ultimate support. The ultimate support level. If it does not hold $100,000, we would end up down inside of the band here. And you can see the wicks have wicked down into it, but we have not had a single weekly candle close down in the body of this indicator, in the gray area of this indicator, in over a year, pushing 2 years. Wait, no, in over 2 years. In over 2 years, Bitcoin has not closed a weekly candle down inside of this indicator. So when it does, and if it does, we are going to be heading into the bear market, folks. But as of right now, I don't think that's what's going to happen. My opinion is we get a bullish reaction from the FOMC today. My opinion is that Bitcoin holds strong here in this channel, and I don't think we see this happen. We are at a prime area and set up for a big, beautiful bounce. As Donald Trump would say, big, beautiful bounce. No rate cut. That could be the catalyst. No rate cut. That could be the catalyst that breaks the support line. Now, let's jump in here and see what we got going on. Again, guys, don't forget to smash the like button if you have not yet. It's free, and it really helps the stream. So thank you, guys. Can we get 100 likes on today's stream? That would be fantastic.
The legality of the subpoena, they apparently backed down and they abandoned the effort altogether. So it's very curious why Verizon just rolled over and went along with this lawless request and didn't move to question and didn't move to quash the subpoena. So we'll get to the bottom of that. It's important to realize Lady Justice is blindfolded. The American people want that one tier of justice, equal treatment under the law, equal access. And we're not going to stop fighting until we can ensure that the weaponization of government that occurred under Joe Biden does not ever happen again. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Late last month, I had the honor of joining President Trump in the Oval Office as he signed an order establishing the Memphis Safe Task Force.
All right, so Senator Blackburn speaking on the Senate floor. They're talking about the Arctic Frost investigation by the FBI. It was a Biden-era investigation that looked at more than 160 Republicans as part of their investigation after the January 6th Capitol Hill riots. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that as we are going to be hearing from Senator Grassley doing a news conference a little bit later this afternoon on Arctic Frost and the latest subpoenas that the Republicans are doing right now on Jack Smith and others. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. We are still awaiting Secretary Kennedy to be speaking on the Trump administration's efforts to lower drug prices. We'll have that for you.
I personally am a fan of Kennedy. What about you guys? Just a random topic here, just a random question. But I am personally a fan of RFK. And I am actually, something I don't really understand is how people are so blind to the truth, that it's to the point that when truth is presented to them, the truth looks like a lie. And it's a sad state of society when the majority of society is so conditioned to believe the lies that the truth feels like a lie. And for example, healthcare, food, so many things have been taught to us, handed down by generations, taught to our parents, taught to their parents, which eventually gets handed down to us until we decide it's time to break it. And I don't know about you guys, but I have been on a warpath of breaking those generational curses, man. And I think that it's a good thing to encourage. I think it's good for us to all encourage each other to to break that curse, man. And you know, it's run so deep, even all the way down to the education system. You know, our education system has really failed us over history. And so, you know, if you are one of those people that broke free from those chains of the conditioning and the brainwashing, comment in the chat. Body transformation, what's going on? Thank you for commenting. The relaxing sound says, I broke from it in 2006. You know, and it's probably been a lonely road. It was a very lonely road for you from 2006, I'm sure. You know, our whole entire existence, you know, stems from what we are taught. And it all falls back to what they were taught, and then what they were taught. And so, you know, when you really start to think about it and you digest the fact of where your beliefs even came from to begin with, where did your beliefs even come from to begin with? You know, are they even really your beliefs, or are they someone else's? So you know what? Shout out to the truth, man. Shout out to the truth, and to all of you guys that are awake in the chat, man. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting the stream and supporting the channel. Let's listen into RFK Jr. here real quick as we await the FOMC live press conference coming up shortly.
Cheaper generics enter the market. That system established by the 1984 Hatch-Waxman Act works for traditional chemistry-based drugs. Proving a generic is the equivalent is straightforward. If it's the same active ingredient, the same effect, same safety, it gets approved. But that bargain broke down with biologic drugs, medicines made from living cells. When Congress wrote the Biologics Price Competition and Innovation Act, the pharmaceutical industry rigged the rules. Between 2007 and 2009, Big Pharma spent hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying to make biosimilar approval far more difficult and expensive. They claimed that biologics were too delicate, that they were too mystical to allow true generics. They compared them during these lobbying sessions to fine wines. Each batch supposedly depended upon its unique grapes, the tannin content of its soils, the terrain, the humidity, the genius and personal touches of wizardry to achieve the unique aromatic and flavor complexity of its terroir. It was all clever marketing. None of it was based on science. Then, to block pharmacists and doctors from switching patients to lower cost options, the lobby invented a fake distinction between biosimilars and interchangeable biosimilars. The result has been sky-high costs, endless red tape, and a biosimilar market that still lags far behind Europe's. It can cost hundreds of millions to us, the federal taxpayer, just to bring one biosimilar to American patients. That changes today. Under President Trump's leadership, we are ending this unscientific and corrupt system. We're cutting through the barriers that protect monopolies and opening the gates to affordable, life-saving medicine for the American people. One of the biggest drivers of these crushing costs is the price of prescription drugs, of course, and especially biologic drugs. These are complex medicines made, as I said, from living cells that treat cancer, autoimmune diseases, and rare disorders that affect millions of Americans. Biologics make up only 5% of our prescription, but they account for more than half of our drug spending. Between 2013 and 2021, our spending on biologics more than doubled, from $100 billion to $260 billion. By 2024, it reached $407 billion. Some biologics cost patients up to $500,000 a year or even more. That's not a healthcare system, it's a hostage crisis. Why are these drugs so expensive? Because for too long, government bureaucracy and regulatory barriers have protected monopolies and stifled competition. The FDA's outdated and burdensome approval process has slowed down the entry of biosimilars to lower cost, equally safe alternatives to brand name biologics. And even when biosimilars do get approved, current laws often prevent pharmacists or patients from substituting them for the patients who would benefit from a more affordable option. That all ends today. Today, the FDA is taking bold, decisive action to break down these barriers and open the markets for real competition. The agency will release new draft guidance for companies developing biosimilars, guidance that reflects modern science and common sense. Under this new framework, companies may not always need to conduct large, expensive human trials when advanced testing can already prove that biosimilars work just as effectively and just as safely as the original drug. The FDA will also consolidate several outdated guidance documents into one streamlined rulebook. We're cutting unnecessary red tape, reducing uncertainty, and making it easier for innovators to bring the safe, affordable biosimilars to the market. These changes will also help ensure that more biosimilars are considered interchangeable, allowing pharmacists to substitute them just like they do with traditional generic drugs. The result will be more competition, lower prices, and faster access to life-saving medicines. And we know this approach works. Since 2015, biosimilars have already saved Americans over $56 billion, $20 billion in 2024 alone. On average, biosimilars cost 50% less than their brand name counterparts, and their entry into the market drives down brand name prices by another 25%. That's real relief for patients, families, and for the American taxpayer. But America still lags far behind Europe and other nations. In Europe, for example, regulators have approved more than twice as many biosimilars as the United States, and patients there are paying far less for many of these treatments. These reforms reflect President Trump's directive to restore competition, to empower patients, and lower drug costs for every American. This is a victory for patients, for innovation, and for common sense. We're replacing bureaucracy with science, we're replacing monopolies with competition, and we're replacing despair with hope. Every American, regardless of income or zip code, deserves access to affordable, effective, and safe medicine. The actions we're taking today move us closer to that goal and advance our mission to make America healthy again. Thank you all very much, and now I'd like to welcome the genius behind this innovation, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. You come up to the, there you are, Marty.
Thank you. Great, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your commitment to lowering drug prices for everyday Americans. We're interested in everyday Americans. There's been a lot of talk about healthcare costs.
Thank you guys for joining us. If you are just now joining the stream, do not go anywhere. We are awaiting the FOMC live meeting. Once it begins, we will tune in to that live and at the same time keep our eyes on the crypto market and check on the Bitcoin price, Ethereum, Dogecoin, Solana, Ethereum as well. So don't go anywhere. We will be watching the FOMC meeting live and breaking down the markets in real time.
But significantly. If you haven't noticed, healthcare costs have gone way up since the promise of the Affordable Care Act to make the price of health insurance premiums more affordable, lowering them by $2,500. Within 7 years, they went up by $2,500, the opposite direction of the promise. The fastest growing area of healthcare spending in the United States is drug spending. And the fastest area of drug spending increases is with this new class of medicines called biologics. That's because they are derived from cell lines. It's an expensive process to develop biologics. So they are naturally going to cost more. but not 1,000 times more, not 10,000 times more. I've seen biologics work wonders, as Dr. Oz has in the hospital. Our patients, I've seen cancer patients get biologics with results almost visible during the treatment. It's worked wonders, amazing benefits for patients with autoimmune diseases, patients after transplant surgery, patients with all sorts of cancers, rare and common. Biologics are amazing, and the biologic drug makers are not bad guys, they're good guys. We are doing a lot to promote innovation with biologics, streamlining and modernizing the FDA, our new pilot to get decisions out in weeks, reducing animal testing requirements, which reduces R&D time and the time to come to market. But today, we are talking specifically about the price tag on biologics, up to $200,000, almost $250,000 for some. Who's got that kind of money? Now, some people might say, look, I'm not paying for it, my employer's paying for it. Or I'm not paying for it, Medicare pays for it. Well, guess where that money comes from? It comes from the everyday American worker. That comes from their paycheck. The money for these expensive biologics comes from their paycheck deduction for health insurance. It comes, if your employer is paying for part of your health insurance, guess where that money comes from? It comes from a pool of money allocated to wages and benefits. It comes from you, the American worker. When you get a paycheck, there's a deduction for a Medicare excise tax. All of that money is getting routed towards these expensive biologics. And look, we should be paying top dollar for top products. But this administration is interested in the 80% of Americans that live paycheck to paycheck. This administration has not forgotten, as we have in the academic ivory towers, at the panels on conferences, in the hollowed chambers of healthcare experts discussing healthcare reform, we have not forgotten that 50% of Americans have less than $500 of cash on hand. And when you have less than $500 of cash on hand and your car breaks down, or you get a bill, or you have a copay for a biologic, that can be catastrophic. Well, there are low-cost alternatives to these expensive biologics. The good news is there are low-cost alternatives. Unfortunately, there are far fewer on the market than should
Lower
be
drug
because
prices?
of regulatory
Bullish
red
on
tape
crypto?
hurdles. There's about 76 that the
Again,
FDA
guys, we
has
are
approved
just awaiting
since
the
we started
FOMC to
approving
commence. Once it does, we are going to be
Think
tuning in
biosimilars
live
as
to
the
Jerome Powell.
generic version of
As
expensive
literally
biologics.
every single one of us hanging in limbo for Jerome Powell.
There's a series of onerous requirements that the FDA has.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do once the new Fed chair is introduced, you know? No longer will it be the infamous Jerome Powell. What are we going to do when there's a new Fed chair name? You know, it's going to be weird, man. At first, you know, everybody's going to still want to say Jerome Powell, you know, the Powell pump, you know, the Powell money printer, brr. And now it's going to be whoever the nominee is, you know, to replace Jerome Powell as Fed chair. But it's going to be weird. It's going to be a lot of getting used to. It's going to be like getting used to, it's going to be like getting used to X being called X instead of Twitter for a minute, you know? Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree?
Lowered prices for drug development.
Sorrento Flippo, Aster. Thank you guys for joining us.
Drug prices for everyday Americans.
Patriot, thank you for joining us.
Today, the FDA is also announcing its plans to issue final guidance on interchangeability, something the Secretary just described, eliminating the bureaucratic switching studies that have been required. When a doctor prescribes a branded small molecule, the patient and their pharmacist can have that substituted out for a generic small molecule, but not so with biosimilars. We are taking a strong stand to advance and promote interchangeability. Congress has been talking about this for a long time, but we're taking action. We encourage them to act, but in the meantime, we're not wasting time. When Humira, the powerful biologic which works wonders, came off patent, it took 7 years for a biosimilar to come to market. Why? because of these burdensome, onerous, bureaucratic red tape requirements in part at the FDA. The fundamental problem in healthcare is that we have non-competitive markets. It's something we don't talk about. It's a sacred cow topic. But the solution is to convert them to competitive markets. We want to see more biosimilars. We want to see more competition, more choices. When the first biosimilar came on the market 7 years after Humira's patent expired, prices really didn't go down. Call it an implied collusion of prices, but it takes typically until 2 or 3 biosimilars come to market to see the prices really drop. That's why we need to reduce the hurdles and get more biosimilars on the market. Right now, we're not doing well. We walked into a mess. Of all the biologics, the expensive biologics that, again, are amazing, that are about to come off patent in the next 10 years, only 10% have a biosimilar in development. It should be 30% or 40% or more. These reforms have tremendous implications for everyone and every stakeholder in healthcare. I want to thank the staff at the FDA. They've been wanting to do this for a long time. People have been talking about it, and we're doing it. The implications are broad. This series of reforms has implications for community pharmacies, PBMs, hospitals, and Medicare and Medicaid. And so because of the enormous implications for Medicare and Medicaid and the billions of dollars in potential savings, I'm now going to introduce the smartest doctor I have ever met, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Mehmet, why don't you come up? Thanks. God bless you. Thanks.
We are stuck with the bill. It's going up 9% this year for Medicare, increasing faster than that in Medicaid, and it's increasing about 9% for the commercial insurance. And to address these increasing costs, you have to have brave leadership. Secretary Kennedy, God bless you for always messaging that at every level, and it rubs off on us, and today's a case in point. Marty, you're very kind to call me all the things you've said, but I can say without question, running the FDA requires a brave human being. You've got to be able to withstand tremendous pressures, and I want to congratulate the FDA Commissioner, Marty McCary, because he's been able to push for change that has been waiting for decades to occur. Secretary Kennedy went through these numbers. Just put that 1984 date in your mind. That's when Congress acted and said these things called generics exist. It took a
real question for you guys here. Are you ready? Are you actually ready? What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thank you all for showing up today and joining us on this big day. The biggest FOMC meeting of 2025. Will we get the expected rate cut? Or will it pump us into the next leg up for the crypto market? What do you guys think? Don't forget to smash the like button. It is the one best way, other than hitting the subscribe button, that you can help support this stream and help it reach other people. And I do appreciate you being here. So if you could take 1 second, one little bitty free second of your time to just tap that like button for me. Come on. I see you. I see you. You can do it. Tap it for me. Tap the hell out of it. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Again, I'm going to jump into the chat with you guys as well, because I have got to holler at you guys and say what's up on this big day. Let's see if we can get the stream to 100 likes. And let's go, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Will we get the money printer, pal? Or will we get the frightened pal today? The frightened... Oh man, I can't even keep a straight face. I'm sorry. I wish I could. Which pal will we see today? Oh, let me know in the chat, guys. Where are you at? Where are you at, and what do you guys think about it right now? What do you guys think? Let me see where you guys are at real quickly here on the poll in the chat. Let's see where we are at here, folks. Currently, we've got 445 votes on the poll in the chat currently. Will Powell pump or dump the crypto market today? And we've got 452 votes now. Let me know, comment in the chat, what do you guys think the outcome is going to be of today's FOMC meeting? Thank you guys to the 243 people that are viewing right now. We've had over 1,500 views already on the stream today. Thank you guys for showing up on this big day. Don't forget to actually subscribe and stick around and show up in the other live streams, guys, because we're gonna be bringing you some good market analysis and breaking news coverage here on the channel, and we're gonna keep the vibe right as well. So don't forget, subscribe to the channel, smash the like, and support us. We are a growing crypto community here. We love crypto, and we love to help others achieve financial freedom through cryptocurrency. Thank you guys so much for being here and for commenting as well. Racio Gonzalez, thank you as well. Isho, pump then dump, says Isho. Ketseafen. Man, guys, I cannot say some of y'all's names. I'm sorry. Let's see what color tie he wears. Good point. Okay, let's see. What color tie will Jerome Powell be wearing in today's FOMC meeting? What do you guys think? Harry Max, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Who's going to join him and join the AJC crew? Racio Gonzalez says, I'll buy 47,000 next year. So you think Bitcoin could go to 47K in the bear market? Silly Pidek, thank you for being here. Educative Low, thank you for being here. You think red tie with green stripes, huh? Oh, how contradictive of you there. Red tie with green stripes. Which way is it going to go, up or down? Surisetti, thank you for joining us and commenting as well. All of you guys that are engaging with the stream and commenting and liking and answering the poll in the chat, thank you all so much. One quick thing before we move forward, because the FOMC meeting will be beginning shortly, so we want to be very vigilant here watching the markets. So again, thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and join us in our other live streams, as we will be covering the market and doing it in a fun, chill way. Hawkish tone means Bitcoin will bleed. What is going on there? I cannot pronounce your name as well, but thank you for being here. Mwana Sharma, thank you for being here. Aster, I see you. Do you own some Aster? I imagine you do. Again, all of you guys commenting, thank you so much. If you guys do trade cryptocurrency and you want to trade with a little extra boost, Afsibu, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Who is going to join the AJC crew next? Thank you. If you want an extra boost for your crypto trading, then sign up using my link for BidFi. The link is in the pinned chat right here. And you can get up to a $1,000 deposit bonus, but this does end the end of October. Jafer MM, thanks for hitting that subscribe button and joining the AJC crew. Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much. Who is going to be next? Thank you guys very much. And don't forget, up to a $1,000 deposit bonus if you sign up for BidFi using my link before the end of this month. Do it today. And again, once this deposit, if you make your deposit, you get your bonus credited to your account. You have 3 days to trade using that deposit. Okay, just to make that known, if any of you guys do decide to do this. But the big question is, will Powell pump or dump your altcoins today? Will Powell pump or dump? You know, what's going to happen with the price of gold? I don't know if any of you care about the price of gold, but, you know, I mean, gold already had its blow off top technically. Will we actually see the rotation? Will we see the rotation of Bitcoin into gold? I mean, gold into Bitcoin, as we've all heard, talked about. Will we see that happen? What do you guys think? Because if so, there is a lot of money flowing out of gold. If it even thinks about going into Bitcoin, we're going to get a big push in the price. What do you guys think? If rate cuts Akshay Shingnot, thank you for being here. Varun Jain, thank you for being here. Lemmy, thank you for being here. If they'll lower rates, gold will pump. Is it hawkish or dovish? We have not found out yet, but it is upcoming very shortly. Again, guys, thank you for being here. Don't forget, take a second, real quick, subscribe to the channel, and smash the like button. I appreciate each and every one of you guys very, very much. The FOMC meeting will be beginning shortly. We are almost to our 100 like goal on the stream, guys. Can we get it to 100 likes on today's stream? We are closing in on the live FOMC meeting, and we will be covering it as well as the market's reaction here live on Average Joe Crypto. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we will be resuming here shortly. Ethereum getting a push here to the upside. Can we break 4K? Can we break and sustain 4K support? Please, ETH, please. Backtest in action. Let's go. FOMC meeting coming shortly, guys. Very soon. Very, very soon. And you can see that the market is already seeing a reaction and pricing this in. We are already seeing Bitcoin push to the upside here. Are we forming a bottom? Are we forming a bottom? If we can hold this support, remember I did speak on this earlier. For those of you just now joining the stream, if Bitcoin can hold 110 on the daily, if we can hold 110K, 110,500 to be exact, and currently we are bouncing off of this local point of control, so crossing over the LSMA as well. Bullish MACD cross on the daily. The setup is there. The setup is here for a big move to the upside. But can Jerome Powell push us to this target? $130,000. Can we see it happen? You know, in just a few days, it could be possible. But 96,000 to 100,000 in just a few days could also be possible. A lot is leaning on Jerome Powell today. As we discussed earlier, Bitcoin is still at daily, weekly support, long-term uptrend support, bull market support. All right. This entire bull market, Bitcoin has ran up, tested resistance, consolidated, healthy consolidations, healthy runs, healthy consolidations, very healthy price action during this market cycle. As we talked about earlier, this cycle is 100% different from previous market cycles. We have not had a parabolic run or blow off top yet, right? We have not had a parabolic run. This is a very healthy stair-stepped structure in Bitcoin's price. So we are still awaiting that parabolic run into blow off tops. You know, that is where we will get our top for this market. If you want to talk about when this bull market is going to top out, there is a few indicators you can use that will guarantee that you are not left behind when this market does shift into the bear. Okay? And they're very simple to use. And everybody knows here on the channel what I like to use and what I go to, what my go-to indicators are for determining trend reversals, market cycles, and tops or bottoms. Okay, ETH at 4K. Tapped it for a second here. ETH at 4K there for a second. Again, guys, remember my go-to support for Ethereum has always been 3,800 at the 50-week moving average. So far, Ethereum has held the 50-week moving average at $3,800. And we are still slightly above the breakout of the pattern here. Almost identical to 2020's breakout. Almost identical. But even better, really. Identical, but better. Aswin, thank you for being here. Blaze, thank you for being here. Hangy, thank you for being here. Super B Legend, what's going on? Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you're viewing from. It might be midnight. I don't know where you live. But thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up to the stream today. It is a big day. Surisetti, Akshay, Shingnote. If I do apologize, I apologize if I say your names wrong, but thank you for being here. We have 680 votes on the poll in the chat currently, and it looks like right now 67% of you guys believe that the market's going to pump. 67% out of 681 votes believe that Powell is going to pump the market today. Well, that's pretty significant. Let's see if we can get this to 1,000 votes, you know? If we can get it to 1,000 votes, then, or, you know, or more, if we can get the poll to 1,000 votes or more, then that will be a big deal. Then we can actually, you know, well, now we've got 700 votes, so we're already closing in on 1,000 votes on this poll. And then we'll know kind of where we stand. You know, do you think we're going to get a pump, an FOMC pump, Fed cut decision, pump or dump, or other? If you have a different opinion, drop it in the chat. Itzel Barara, good morning. Did you like how I said your name there? Thank you guys for showing up, and thank you for smashing the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell so you don't miss whenever I go live. Joe, you're ignoring the macros. Please help me understand. Best question so far. If no rate cuts, what will happen? Does the market dump? Do we sustain support if there are no rate cuts? Rohan is giving us a big warning in the chat. Rohan says Bitcoin's biggest crash is coming. Sell Bitcoin. Joseph, thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Who is going to join the AJC crew next? Thank you. Relaxing Sounds says dump. Okay, Rohan, we get it. You think that the market's going to crash. We're going to crash and burn. Bro, your prediction. Blaze, thank you. You know what? I do have a prediction. I do have a Bitcoin price prediction. Happy Guy, what is going on? The meeting is going to begin here in about, I believe, 15 minutes. There's the initial meeting and then the press conference. But I do believe in the next 15 minutes. And we will be tuning in live here. Eric, thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Rohan is really serious here about this. He really believes, Rohan really believes that Bitcoin is going to crash. Now, I have a theory, and I have talked about it before. I will talk about it again for you guys as we await Jerome Powell. Again, I do have a theory, and it is very simple. My indicator that I go to, as all of you guys know that watch me consistently, or that have watched me consistently, I know that we've had some issues with live streams in the past. What we're trying to do here on the channel really is just build back momentum, right? So it really helps out when all of you guys that show up to these FOMC streams, if you guys could actually subscribe, turn on notifications, and come hang out with us when we do our market analysis streams and videos, that would be great. I would really appreciate that very much. We've been around since 2020. I started my channel in 2020, the end of 2020. I've been in crypto since 2018. And, you know, in 2021, we had a really good run. And then we had some things that kind of took the channel down a notch. And so right now we're in the process of just rebuilding community here on the channel, basically. Rebuilding community. And it's been tough. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to be sugarcoated at all. It's been very tough to rebuild the community here on the channel. Because, you know, when I first started in 2021 and 2020, crypto YouTubers were limited. You know, there was not a big group of crypto YouTubers out there. You know, and, you know, we grew this channel in our community to over 10K very quickly. And so now the atmosphere on YouTube has changed dramatically since 2021. You know, everybody and their mom is now a crypto YouTuber, you know. And for those of us that have actually been here for a long time, it's been tough to rebuild after going through a couple of market cycles. You know, after going through the bear market, right? Because a lot of the people that joined us during the bull run, some of those people may have left crypto completely during the last bear market cycle. You know, we gained a lot of subscribers during the first the 2021 bull run, 2020 bull run. We gained a lot of followers during that cycle. And I'm thinking that a lot of those people probably, there's a big portion of those people that probably just gave up on crypto completely. And that happens. You know, that happens. Some people get shaken out during the bear market, you know, and then they never return. But we are here. We have returned, and we plan to rebuild this community. So thank you for all of you guys showing up and supporting us. Colorado Dog King, what is going on? Thank you for subscribing to the channel, my friend. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate you guys. We now have 362 people viewing the stream. We have 3,600 views so far. So it's been a very good stream. Thank you guys for showing up. Again, we love you. I love you too, Sarasetti. Thank you. Thank you. I am streaming the meeting, George Hernandez. Yes. The FOMC meeting is definitely something that brings in a lot of people, but the problem is a lot of you guys won't show up to my other live streams. Sadly, but maybe you will. Maybe you will. And if you do, just know that I appreciate you with all of my being. Truly, truly do. Richard K, I like the graphics. Thank you. What graphics are you referring to? Thank you. If you like the graphics, you will probably really like the intro. Thank you, Richard K. Bruh, what are these indicators? You know what? That's a good question. These indicators, I use very simple TA, okay? My thesis is that when you overcomplicate your TA, you start to see too many outputs, right? You see too many variables, and it just confuses you. So I try to keep it very simple, and you know, this is just very, very easy stuff. Okay. Again, like I said, I only have very few indicators on my chart. As you can see, it's a very clean chart. Now, some of my charts aren't very clean because I have a lot of support and resistance lines drawn in from smaller time frames that show up, you know, and it clutters the chart, makes it look rough. But for the most part, if I am looking at, for example, if I am trying to determine market cycles, if I am trying to determine the top or the bottom of a cycle, again, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If I am looking at determining market cycle tops, bottoms, there's a couple of indicators that you can go to that are free. And, you know, I'm sure you guys have heard of the pi cycle top indicator. You've heard of different indicators like that. These are all great indicators, and we can look at those. But simple moving averages and this indicator, which is the trend trader on TradingView. This is my uptrend and downtrend support and resistance band that I use religiously. And this is what I use to determine the trend reversals. And you can see it's very simple. And another reason why I don't think we are at the top yet, of course. Let me pull up a better chart here. So this indicator, no chart has enough price history, man. I'll have to go to the liquid index probably here. That's what we'll do. It's the best. It's my best chart to point this out, anyways. Really. Let's see. Let's try it. Let's try this. That's better. So the weekly time frame for Bitcoin, you know, the only thing is we have not even began to pull back into this indicator, right? And that's what we've done here in the last cycle top. Once we pulled down into this indicator on the weekly and closed down in this indicator, that was confirmation. That was bear market confirmation right here, right? I mean, a lot of people got faked out right here in the last market cycle thinking that we were going to keep going, right? Thinking that this support was going to hold and thinking that we were squeezing into a little wedge here and that we were going to break out and go higher. Everybody thought this market cycle was going to be different. But had they been looking at this indicator and noticing that it was turning red right here, right? It was turning red. You had fell down into the body of it, came up and got rejected here. You would have known right then on the weekly that that was it. That was bear market. Now, as long as we maintain above this indicator on the weekly, then we are in good territory, folks. We are in good territory for a parabolic run into a blow-off top, but we are nowhere close to an actual blow-off top just yet, right? But we are getting very close, okay? I will say that. We are getting very, very close. It is coming. It is coming, and we must prepare for it, and we must prepare for the next bear market. We have 444 people viewing the stream right now. Can we at least get 100 likes? I would say that out of 444 people, we should be able to get at least 100 likes on the stream, right? Right? Thank you guys for being here. All right, guys, the FOMC meeting will be beginning soon. Very, very soon, in about 5 minutes or so. And we just hit the 100 like mark. Thank you guys. Woo! Let's go. And Maddie Toods, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Who is going to be next to join the AJC crew? Crypto market vibes are what right now, guys? Whenever the Fed loosens monetary policy, Bitcoin and Ethereum usually get that first liquidity pop. And historically, rate cuts equal risk on environment, and crypto is the ultimate risk asset. So watch for how altcoins react, though. This is going to be big. Like I mentioned about Dogecoin earlier, Dogecoin experiencing the highest volatility in the last FOMC. Massive moves up and down during the FOMC meeting. Sometimes we see Bitcoin rally first and then a delayed alt season surge, right? Now, we have not even seen an alt season. If anything, we've seen an alt-wrecked season, right? That's what we've seen so far. We've seen an alt-wrecked season so far. But do you guys think that we will get an alt season? Do you think there will still be an alt season? It feels weird even saying alt season. Drop a 1 in the chat if you think there will be an alt season. Never. Isho says never. Do you guys think there will be an alt season? Drop a 1 in the chat if you think there will be an alt season. I see a lot of bearish sentiment on altcoins in the chat, you guys. Woof. Alts are dead. Paya. Chewbacca Pubis. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you. Keith K, what is going on? Some alts will run, most will die. Lit Homie. What is going on, my lit homie in the chat? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Mr. Z. Hi, bro. Read my comment, please. Well, Mr. Z, there you go. Thank you for being here, guys. Don't forget, again, I hate to keep saying it, but I feel like if I don't, you guys will forget. Hit the subscribe button. If you tap the like button, make sure you don't forget to also hit the subscribe button. Now, we are about to meme season. Oh no. So no alt season, but we're going to get a meme season. John Shearing, thanks for hitting that subscribe button and joining the AJC crew today. Brandon McCall, thanks for hitting that subscribe button as well. Who's going to be next to join the AJC crew today? And will the government shutdown continue? Will people in the US lose their SNAP benefits? Forsaken Nikolai says Trump season, to be honest. You know what? I kind of agree with you, bro. It's been Trump season since January. It has been Trump season since January. Do you guys agree? Do you agree? Somebody said crime season. Lit Homie says cancel crypto. It's done. Oh my goodness. You know what? This sentiment in the chat right now. Where are we at on this poll, guys? Y'all. Okay, here we go. Can we get the stream to 200 likes? Thank you all so much for showing up today on this big day. We have a lot of mixed sentiment and mixed emotions in the chat right now, guys. I mean, really, it's getting interesting. Seabold Art, thanks for hitting the subscribe button. Welcome to the AJC crew. I mean, I seen somebody said tokenize everything Chewbacca Pubes. Cigar, thanks for joining us. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Still in Bitcoin season, not even ETH season, never mind alts. Dirty Delta 7, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Again, thank you all. I try to remind you guys, subscribe, turn on notifications, join Discord, all that good jazz, so you don't ever miss one of our chill, vibed out live streams. Thank you guys again. We are going to keep it real with you, as always. Going to keep it 100 with you. And we should be getting some info coming in here any moment.
Through this education program, teachers have access to classroom-ready online resources for students from kindergarten to college. Videos, classroom lessons, online education.
Okay, guys, so the Federal Reserve live stream has actually commenced. And currently is streaming just this kind of pre thing here. As soon as the FOMC meeting begins, we're going to be tuning into that live there and taking a look at the price action of Bitcoin and the rest of the market as well. Daniel, thanks for hitting that subscribe button, bro, and joining the AJC crew today. Who's going to be next? Thank you very much. Swerve on them. What is going on? Welcome to the channel. What do you guys think is going to be the outcome today? Nature calls. Man, nature does call. And speaking of, bro, I'm going to have to drain the main vein soon, folks. Oh, nothing like chugging cold coffee, bro. It's always a good day to chug cold coffee. With my dad mug. Okay. Woo, yeah. Speaking of nature calls, man, I'm going to have to drain the main vein. So, guys, can you hold the fort down? That is the question. Can you guys hold down the fort? Can you guys hold the fort down, bro? Bro, what? No. Joe live stream the P? Listen, I did that once, okay? I did that once at a bar. I was at a bar and yeah. We won't talk about that because that probably should not have ever happened. Relaxing sounds, we got you. Thank you, bro. Ben Smits. Half an hour left. No, we still have it is right now, bro. Right now. FOMC meeting is happening right now. I mean, it's coming. I will put the audio on for this. I just didn't figure you guys wanted to hear this crap that's playing right now. But I do have to go drain the main vein. I really appreciate you guys giving your opinions in the chat, by the way. This is what it's all about. Communicating, building community, and by building community, I mean tapping the subscribe button and joining Discord, link in the description. But this is what it's all about, and I really appreciate all the differentiating opinions in the chat. I appreciate all the different opinions. I don't think I've ever seen the market sentiment be so do you like cats? I mean, yeah, kind of. I've never seen the market sentiment be like this. Look, we have 1,600 votes on the poll right now. Okay, guys? We have 1,600 votes on the poll. 68% still say pump the market. So we are still seeing the majority of people on this live stream right now bullish on the Fed interest rate decision today. Bullish on Jerome Powell and the FOMC today. 68% out of almost 1,700 votes are bullish. Okay, guys, I am about to bust. Okay, I am about to bust. So before that happens, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And the FOMC will be beginning shortly. I'm not going to turn the volume on for this because we don't want to listen to this, right? We don't want to listen to this.
And business.
No. Who is that guy? I don't know. I don't know. Guys, smash a like. Let's see if we can get it to 200. We have 762 people in the stream right now, guys. Can we get it to 200 likes, folks? Can we get it to 200 likes? We have almost 10,000 views so far. Can we get the stream to 200 likes or higher? I think you guys can do better. I think you guys can go way higher than 200 likes. Let's get everybody in this FOMC stream today. Let's go. What? You can always yell mom? What? All right, guys. I will be right back. I have got to go drain it. I've got to do it. I'll be right back. Bro, what? All right, I'm back. I apologize. I had to go drain the main vein. What did I miss, guys? What did I miss? What is the word right now? Okay, guys. All right. Man, I missed a bunch of chats. I apologize. Maybe I need to put slow mode on. We've got almost 2,000 votes on the poll in the chat currently, and still bullish. We got bulls in the chat, okay? Bulls in the chat. 68% bullish right now in the chat. If you are bullish right now, let us know by answering the poll in the chat or commenting in the chat. Ava, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Mayhem Gaming, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Ava says, I've got a long position on Doge. Let's go. In One Panda, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Aster, I be trading Doge, man. I be trading Doge. It's bullish. Lelouch, what's going on? Thanks for being here. Bullish it is. Whoa, there went a crane. There went a crane by. Did you see that? Sailor buying. Keith K, what's going on? Sailor buying. Tom Lee buying. BlackRock is buying, but retail is selling? Make it make sense. Sean S. Das, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Again, guys, if you are new to the channel, do not forget to hit that subscribe button. A lot of you guys, I am noticing, you think that this is already priced in. So again, if it's already priced in, what was the pricing in? Was it the move to the downside? Was that pricing this in, or was it the top at 126? Okay, so we have the information here coming in, and we have interest rate cuts confirmed. The Fed cut its benchmark federal funds rate by 25 basis points, lowering the target range to 3.75% to 4%. The Fed also announced it will end quantitative tightening on December 1st, meaning it will stop shrinking its balance sheet and begin reinvesting maturing treasuries into treasury bills. And that's going to be on December 1st. The Fed also lowered the interest rate on reserve balances to 3.9% and the reverse repo rate to 3.75%. The decision comes amid elevated uncertainty, especially due to delays in government economic data thanks to the federal government shutdown, which means the Fed had less fresh inputs. The Fed flagged that downside risk to employment have risen and inflation remains somewhat elevated. Okay, here we go. The press release has been, so we have had the release of this information, but the actual FOMC live Fed press conference is going to be beginning at any moment, within the next 15 minutes, to be exact. So we've already got the press release, but the actual FOMC meeting is going to begin in the next 15 minutes. There were dissenting votes. One member preferred a half-point cut. Another preferred no change. But a rate cut plus the end of quantitative tightening equals potential increased liquidity, which often supports risk assets like crypto, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Slower employment growth plus elevated inflation equals mixed signals, good for easing, but still uncertainty about how strong the recovery is. Markets plus crypto will be watching the Fed's forward guidance, how the Fed frames future rate cuts, balance sheet policy, and inflation risk. Now, again, we're still awaiting the Fed press conference live, and that will be beginning here shortly in any moment now, within the next few minutes. But we do have the actual release here from the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve has made the following decisions to implement the monetary policy stance announced by the Federal Open Market Committee in its statement on October 29th, 2025. And here is a list. Rate cuts have been confirmed, and we are awaiting statements from Jerome Powell. All right, guys, so do we buy the news? Do we sell the pump? Do we buy the news? What is the move here, folks? Let's see what is going on here. Ethereum still struggling at 4,000. Right at it. Right at 4K. Bitcoin. Neo, thanks for hitting that subscribe button, my friend. Welcome to the AJC crew. Who is going to join him and be next? Let's go. We have rate cuts confirmed. Will we get the pump? Zach, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. I do appreciate you guys very much for showing up today. We are still awaiting Jerome Powell's remarks at the Fed press conference live stream. As we see the market start to react, and it looks like Bitcoin could be forming a bottom on the 15-minute. On the short term, Bitcoin could be forming a bottom. Ethereum as well on the short term. Sharvlant Golconda, thanks for hitting that subscribe button, my friend. Good to have you here. What is going on? Thanks for being here and hitting that subscribe button. Who's going to be next to join the AJC crew? I do appreciate it very much, you guys. Now, Neo Big Ham. What is up, Neo Big Ham? Thanks for hitting that subscribe button, my friend. You know, very big question here. Do you think Ethereum breaks 4K? Will Ethereum break 4K? Tiny Tails, what is going on? And thank you for joining the AJC crew. Richard K says there is no trend at the moment, totally volatile. Arnab, thank you for hitting that subscribe button, my friend. Can we get the stream to 200 likes today? I think you guys can do it. We are almost to 12,000 views. Fadhol Rosario Sebastian, thank you for hitting that subscribe button. And if I pronounced your name wrong, I apologize. Thank you guys. We have 500 people in the stream right now. Much love to each and every one of you guys in the stream viewing today. I do wish nothing but good gains. GG's for all of you. Bar Tech, what is going on? Thank you for being here and hitting that subscribe button, my friend. To all my friends from India, thank you guys from India for showing up. And we've almost hit the 200 like goal already. You guys are killing it today. The chat, I am bullish on the chat, okay? I am bullish on the chat. Somebody said the price of gold. What is the price of gold doing? GG's, nothing but GG's for everybody in the chat. Much love to everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Zimbabwe, we've got AJC Global, baby. AJC Global. Okay. Riffy Ramadan, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Much love to you, my friend. Prabhat Ranjan, thank you for hitting that subscribe button, my friend. And all of you guys in the chat that have been here today, joining us for this epic moment in crypto history. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys that have showed up today. It is one hell of a day, and we are here for it. 100% here for it. So, I have to know, are you guys trading this? Are you long? Are you short? Are you spot trading? Are you using leverage? Are you not using leverage? Let me know in the chat. I will respond to you as much as I possibly can. Few minutes here. We got about 5 minutes to go, and we are going to be tuning in to Jerome Powell Live. Ben Smets says, look at that MACD, ugly as F. And by the way, Ben, thank you for being a channel member. I do appreciate all of you guys that are supporting the channel. And the super chat button will be back. It will be back sometime in November. N1 Panda says, spot ETH and Pole. Nice, bro. Nice. Long on Solana. Ben Tang says long on Solana. Tiny Tails. Long trade on Ethereum at 39.86. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 39.86. Okay. I see you. I see you down here in the bottom. Down here in the wick. I see you. I see you. I'd seen somebody mention the price of gold. We will take a look at gold if you guys would like. I can look at the price of gold. I don't mind a TA gold. Love from Planet 365, Mr. Z. What is going on? GG, Mr. Z. Thomas, JS Thomas, Thoughtwork, Web3 Global. So many people in the chat that I can't even, I'm losing my voice, you guys. Thank you all so much. I do appreciate you showing up today. Now, I've just got the immediate short term up right now, just as we await the FOMC press conference. I keep refreshing just to make sure, but we are still awaiting the press conference to go live. So while we await the press conference, I've just been keeping our eyes on Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I will look at altcoins as well, like Dogecoin, Solana. And I will take coin suggestions from you guys in the chat. If you've got an altcoin that you want me to TA or look at, I will take those suggestions. Sebastian says, do Velo. Velo, I've seen Velo trending a lot lately. Velo, Zcash, and Aster. Trending all day. What's going on, bro? How to contact you for partnership proposal. Well, you could reach me by email, or you can reach me on X. By the way, guys, don't forget, follow me on X. Discord, X, or email. Shout out to all the new subscribers today. We've gained like, how many? Let me refresh. Let me refresh here. Oh, yeah. We've gained like 300. So I can't thank you enough. I'm extremely grateful, guys. Extremely grateful. Thank you. We've literally gained like 300 subscribers just in this stream. Oh, Mr. Z says playing national anthem right now in the FOMC. Let's see. That don't sound like that don't sound like it. That don't sound like the national anthem, bro. Tiny Tail says your voice is wow. Love from India. Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I try, you know. I don't like my voice. Which I guess a lot of people don't like your own voice, you know. Most people don't like their own voices. I don't like my voice, personally. My Twitter DMs are off. Oh, no. Oh, no. Trending all day. I will have to follow you back. If I follow you back, then I can get your message. Nandini HP, thanks for joining the AJC crew. Who is going to be next? Thank you all so much for the live reactions in the chat, the comments, liking the stream. You guys are incredible. It's Pookie. What is going on? It's Pookie. Welcome to the stream. Does FOMC made any decisions for dump or pump? Well, you know what? Our poll in the chat has 2,300 votes. 2,329 votes on the poll in the chat. And 68% of those 2,300 votes believe that Powell is going to pump the crypto market today. Rate cuts have been confirmed And like we've all talked about, we've all expected the rate cuts to get confirmed. We've all expected this. So again, that is likely, as I've seen some of you mention in the chat, the rate cuts likely are already priced in. But what is not priced in are Jerome Powell's remarks. What he is asked at this press conference and how he responds to these questions will be a big deal. Let's tune in live.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 3.75% to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in December. A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion. Far from it. Policy is not on a preset course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserve conditions. Signs have clearly emerged that we have reached that standard. In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered rates, and we have seen more notable pressures on selected dates, along with more use of our standing repo facility.
Ooh, the volatility.
In addition, the effective federal funds rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff.
I am feeling it, guys.
Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by $2.2 trillion. As a share of nominal GDP, our balance sheet has fallen from 35% to about 21%. In December, we'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills, furthering progress toward a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities. This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, are you uncomfortable with how market pricing has assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned, a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough insurance? Are you looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook, or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and then waited to gather more information?
So the way I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market, and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, other people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. So in that sense, it was a risk management. And I would say the same about today, sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
Claire. I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you for taking this question. We've just heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have a situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. You can't address both of those at once. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other. And they also have different levels of risk aversion. And, some will be more averse to inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when more participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views. And they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that that we haven't made a decision about December. I always say that. It's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
That could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said for a long time now is that when we feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue to decline from that point forward as non-reserve liabilities grow. So this happened, some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really in the last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very, very slow pace now. We've reduced it by half twice, and so there's not a lot of benefit to be holding on to get the last few dollars, because again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be freezing the size of the balance sheet, and the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second-round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we do have, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state-level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get job openings. And we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the Beige Book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market, and the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December?
Yeah. So we get like I mentioned what we get in the labor area. We get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the Beige Book again.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's the meeting's like 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving, but we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had 2 dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point where I said what I said.
And just to follow up on the balance sheet, if you stop it, the runoff now, does that mean you have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what. In the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet be, right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities. And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding Treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
So the September CPI report, we didn't get PPI after that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation. But we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal. So that we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further. But it is that it will be a one-time increase. And, we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say the first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Services inflation, yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And overall that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part. Modestly restrictive in money telling. So that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market.
Listen,
is because
what a piece of crap.
Fed policy is modestly restrictive.
Piece of crap.
That should also help get that.
Right here.
I want to say though,
that's what that is.
We're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%.
We've already rebounded almost all the way back.
Surveys or market pricing, you will see that
We've already almost
that's a
rebounded
credible
all the way
commitment,
back from the
and
dump.
There should be no question that that's where we're going.
The problem is we keep on dumping and not getting above those previous support levels.
Great,
we keep
thank
on
you.
running
Chris
back
Rugaber,
up and getting
Associated
rejected.
Press. So there's a big investment
previous support
boom in
levels.
AI infrastructure
not
right
good.
now, as you know, and
It's not good at all.
Wondering
But
if the existence of such a boom
we have already pretty much
would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all.
We've
And
almost
could
already
further rate
recovered
cuts at
from
this
that
point
dump.
Perhaps fuel an excess level of investment
Oh,
there or
this market, man.
market bubbles. How is the Fed thinking about
You know, and it's one thing, you know.
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data
man.
centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world. And big U.S. companies are just investing
man,
a
that
lot
dump
of
did hurt.
resources
You
in
know,
thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers.
I have
data
nobody
centers,
to
run through
blame
those
but
data centers,
myself.
is going to affect their businesses. So
For every single loss that I've ever had, I know what to do, what not to do. Just like putting in a position, long or short, before the FOMC is not a good idea. You're better off to wait until right after the FOMC and then assess the market and find an entry into a position, into a trade. And I know this.
Give us a sense, I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the Beige Book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material
I
were
keep telling
happening,
myself I'm going
material
to
develops, I think we
learn
would
from
pick
my
that up.
mistakes.
I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard?
How many of you blame the government shutdown for the...
Howard Schneider with Reuters, thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment
For the
ago
reaction here.
about a continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December.
Look at this, man. Look at this.
Make you more
We dropped to
cautious.
109K.
To the degree you
Bitcoin's
are
already back at
relying on
111.
private data,
Somebody said it in the
that isn't
chat
the gold
earlier.
standard,
Somebody
or that
said it
you're
earlier.
relying
They
on your
said,
own surveys of the Beige Book.
don't worry,
Do you
give it
worry
time.
at some point
It's going to be
you're
right back.
Have to start making policy by anecdote?
Typical volatility, FOMC volatility.
This is a temporary state of affairs, and we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, and think carefully about it. And that's our jobs. That's what we're going to do. If you ask me, could it affect the December meeting? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog? You slow down. So
my God,
that could or could
bro.
not. I don't know how that's
What
going
a
to play
piece
into
of
things.
crap.
We
Wick.
may get the data.
What
may
a
come
trash
back, but
wick,
there's
bro.
a possibility that it
What
would
a
make sense to
trash-
be more cautious about
trash
moving.
wick.
I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility that you would say,
Oh my goodness.
we really can't see, so let's slow down.
As a follow-up in the debate in this meeting, we saw recently
Piece of
some pretty big layoff announcements coming
trash,
from
bro.
Amazon
I
and
guarantee
others.
you.
Wondering if
Oh.
that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, to the detriment
It happens
of
to the best
employment.
of us, guys. Don't worry.
And secondly,
Don't worry. Don't let
some
these
of the
crypto
stress is
YouTubers
starting to
fool you,
appear
bro.
in the
Okay.
bottom spur of the K, as they call
Don't let
it,
these crypto
household,
YouTubers fool you,
health
man.
premiums that are gonna be
We all
possibly going
lose
up quite
money.
substantially, things like that. Has
We
that
all
started to
lose
become
money.
a factor in your policy discussion?
So those are both things that we're watching very, very, very carefully. To start with,
Ben.
the layoffs. You're right. You see
Right.
a significant number of
Time to
companies
fly to the
either
moon now.
announcing that they are
Now.
not going to be doing much hiring
Now.
or actually doing layoffs.
Oh.
And much of the time they're talking about AI and what it can do. So we're watching that very carefully. Yes, it could absolutely have implications for job creation. We don't really see it in the initial claims data yet. Now,
History
it's not a
drops
surprise
says I
that we
lost
don't.
and
It
made
takes some
back a
time
whole
for it to
account in
get,
8 hours,
we're
bro.
watching that really carefully. But again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say the same thing or similar thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of, big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower-cost products, but that at the top, people are spending at the higher income and wealth, and so much anecdotal data on that, and so we think there's something there.
Edward. Thank you. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction of rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, he said, far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table for December because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data, as the reason December,
if there's no rate, if there's no cut in December,
what other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspective is of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points, and that we're down into you're into that range between 3 and 4, where many estimates of the neutral rate live in that 3 to 4%.
Jonathan, yes, we did get the rate
now.
cut.
You're above the median number for the committee, but I think there are people on the committee who have higher estimates of the neutral rate, and that's you can argue these positions since it can't be directly observed, the neutral rate. So, I think for some part of the committee, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether in fact the growth that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a
Deadwood,
more
what's going
downbeat
on, man?
read. So people just have, again, we've cut 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there was a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say differing views, strongly differing views.
And so on that division, then, you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it employment risk? Or is there a deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a place now where we have in fact cut 2 more times. And we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2 things affecting the job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers. And that's 2 things. That's declining labor force participation which is a cyclical thing. And then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last administration and has been accelerated now. So a big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and so the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers has gone down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply, I think, and many people think. So the question then is, what does the our tool do, which supports demand, and and I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to zero. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, if you're creating zero jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last two meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates. And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were. And that should help so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. So it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently in February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory, this is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, and it's nice that, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong. It's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable and whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not. It's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI of the data center story. I think, people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about. It's not about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring, and that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. And of course, we also have to be careful about this, which is what we've been doing, because we know where inflation is, and we know that, I've told you the story. It's a complicated story, but this is the best assessment that we can make. Because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation, that's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different. In the sense that the companies that are so highly valued actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. The investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI, it's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, is much bigger than that and has been growing and has defied a lot of, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher-end consumers, or maybe skewed that way. But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI. You can point to growth. I mean, actually, growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part of the economy.
And why do you think that the labor market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why has it slowed so much? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very, very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs because there isn't this flow into the pool of labor that where people need jobs, because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply of workers showing up for jobs. In addition, demand has also gone down, and so has labor force participation has declined, which is more of a sign, in this case, of demand as well as trend. So I think you're seeing some softening. The economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course, that will reverse. But, you still got the economy growing at a moderate pace.
Andrew.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. It'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, if you really aren't getting information you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument that, you slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue, I'm not sure where this argument will come, but you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't really changed, but you might not know that, So I don't know whether we'll face this or not. I hope we don't. I hope by the time of the December meeting we're getting, a better flow of data. But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years ago you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And of course, there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms. But I look forward to. I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Brian.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor market?
So we do not see the weakness, as you put it, the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims, are reported at the state level, and we still get those, and we can accumulate them and get the national number. And there's really, no story. You can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part of the economy is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that. You see more things like I mentioned, though, which is you see big companies making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they don't need a bigger head count. So you see those kinds of things. You don't see it in the aggregate numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up, but job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are unemployed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular section of the labor market that you're particularly?
So we can't, our tools don't allow us to target any demographic or any income level and that kind of thing. I do think that people, we saw this during the global financial crisis and the long recovery. If you have a long period of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And we're not at that place right now. But so, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can do for people. Along with keeping prices stable. Those two things. I mean, inflation also hurts
Bro,
people on fixed incomes
tell you
more
what.
than other people.
It's going to take every
Hi,
bit of
Chair Powell, Courtney
200X
Brown
just to
from
get back the
Axios.
losses, you know?
As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are
Hey, look.
up for renewal at the end of February.
One thing I
I'm
won't
wondering
do
if you can give us a timeline for when the board will
lie to
consider
you,
those
okay?
reappointments and whether we can expect
But
everyone to be
I did
re-upped
take
or if we can
$100,
expect
and
some
I did this
changes.
once and
So
one
it's a
time only, but I
process
took
that we go through
$100.
under the law. The way the law works is
400X. I took $100 with a $500 account, put $100 margin on a 400X ETH trade, and I flipped that shit in a few minutes, man. I've done it with Dogecoin too, man. On WEEX, I did it a few times with Dogecoin. Flipped $100 into $1,000 within minutes, bro. Minutes. Took $100, and within minutes, had 1,000. And of course, if I didn't click freaking close immediately, it would have been gone in a heartbeat. So it's extremely crazy. Yes, I'm nuts. It's extremely crazy, extremely risky. It's pretty much gambling. Okay, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't ever do it. Don't ever use 400X leverage unless you're just ready to just lose your money. Okay? I mean, you literally, if you're like me, and you're trying to 10X $100, on the regular, because that's what you need. That's what you have to have, man. You need $1,000 by the second, It's like rent's due, bro. What are you supposed to do? Rent is due, man. So what else do you do except 200X or 400X? What else do you do?
that makes a lot of sense to me. All
See?
of these people are,
Even Jerome Powell said it makes a lot of sense to him. Even Jerome Powell says it makes a lot of sense.
and it's an honor to work among people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this.
I know.
And
JJ,
I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think we were.
Sometimes it's just what you got to do.
Careful about this.
And
I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same
Richard
time,
K., if I
the
cheered
risk
you up,
of-
then mission is
of higher, more
accomplished.
persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And
I can't believe Jerome Powell is still speaking.
If we,
This is still
if we
live,
do
bro.
wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will.
This
at some
guy's
point.
got more freaking
I think we're trying to get
more
to the end of
stamina
this
than me,
cycle
bro.
with the labor market in a good place and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under, quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
We'll go to Jennifer for the last question.
I agree with you guys, man. Leverage
Thank you
is
so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer
gambling.
Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses
Bro, I don't
risks
know. He's
to
still
the financial
going, though.
system or the outlook.
You know
for
what's
the economy.
crazy?
Is it a warning
This
sign?
mother-loving piece of shit. I'm just going to say
we
it.
watch these things very carefully. Credit
This damn
conditions
piece
very
of shit.
carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a
You
number
mother-
of subprime credit, automobile credit.
Look at you dropping to 18.7.
institutions having
18.7, and you're already back at 19.4, you piece of loving crap.
We're looking at it carefully.
Do you guys ever
We're
talk
paying
to the
close
charts like
attention.
this?
I don't see at this
I
point.
hope I'm not. I hope I'm not alone, man. I'm not the only one that looks crazy, right? At least I'm out here doing it on a live stream.
Very broad.
Look, bro,
application
history
across
drops.
financial
Ivy out here
institutions.
doing the
But,
most, okay?
we're going to be
I
monitoring.
don't
this
ever use
quite
isolated. I
carefully
always use
and
cross.
making sure that that is the case.
And then
Oh,
separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right
Oh,
now
man.
with high
Just-
net worth
just
individuals
freaking
continuing
just
to spend with
take
the
it
lower
from me,
income pulling
you
back.
piece of crap.
How much of consumer spending continuing
Richard K,
hinges on the
you shout and
stock
scream at the
market
charts
remaining
too, man.
strong? In some
Me
odd
too,
way,
bro.
Does the market
On the
help keep
regular.
the economy
On the
buoyant?
regular. Today is one of them days, bro.
There's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the
I
lower
might
an
need
additional
treatment.
dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume
Yasuki, I try not to,
declines
man.
quite
I
dramatically
really
as
do
you
try. I
reach-
try not
as
to
you
cuss.
reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market,
But
it would affect
it's a
spending
piece of
if the
crap.
stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop. It wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the, in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume.
Good job, Malik.
Of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but
GGs.
they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now.
You might need an alcohol boost,
but-
bro. After today's
and you would
FOMC,
see it if you saw a material correction.
I might need a whole bottle.
In spending, but it wouldn't be. you shouldn't
Trading
think
has
that
aged
it'll,
me prematurely by
dollar for
10
dollar
years.
stop
It's
consumption.
okay, because once we get to that
Thanks very
ultimate
much.
goal, once we get to that ultimate goal, we'll have enough money to reverse all the aging. Oh, it's over. Thank goodness, bro. We can all go home now. Bro. I tell you what a piece of crap. What a big giant piece of crap. I almost want a revenge trade right now. I'm thinking about doing it, man. Gosh dang it, you mother piece of crap. Don't you ever want to just want to backhand the hell out of somebody? Trading makes you want to just backhand the hell out of somebody. Bro, I really do appreciate all of you guys showing up today. Deadwood, man, thank you, bro. As always, I appreciate you very much, man. 14,000 views today. It's not 44,000 like our last FOMC. But Dankening says I'm being a bad example. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't know that my duty up here is to be a good example for you, bro. Look, I have trouble being a good example for myself, okay? Give me a break. Powell is slightly dovish. Yeah. Maybe for the first timer. Oh no, listen, I'm going to tell everybody for the first time, if you're getting into crypto and you think that you're going to get on here and trade with leverage and just yeah, no. I'll be the first one to be honest with people. But is there something wrong with wanting to try my luck with 75x cross margin? Is there something wrong with this? Average Joe's United, baby. That's right. That's right. Wealth Celestine, what's going on? Welcome to the stream, bro. Gosh dang. What's wrong with it, man? What do you mean? Can a brother not have some fun? Listen, I've had it up to here, bro. Like a few good trades, man. But all it takes is one bad trade, man, to wipe out 10 good trades. But vice versa, the same can go for the other way, you know. All it takes is one good trade to wipe out a bunch of bad trades. But damn it, you know what is the saying? It's whenever you have after like 3 or 4 bad trades, you walk away. Call it quits. Be done for the day, right? Be done. If you've had 2 or 3 bad trades, that's it. No more. Too many degenerate gamblers in crypto. You know, I would agree with that. Almost agree with you, bro. Keith. I almost agree with you. But are you not a degenerate gambler yourself? Keith. Keith, don't lie to the people now. Come on, Keith. Come on, Keith. Come on now. Don't lie to the people, Keith. You ain't never stepped foot in a casino, bro. You ain't never hit up the roulette table. Come on, Keith. Come on, Keith. Damn, you missing out, bro. You missing out. I'll tell you what, you will never have more fun losing money. Oh gosh, catching that stupid wick. Catching that stupid candle, man. See, wait for the FOMC. Okay, for future reference, folks. No risk, right? Wealth, Celestine. Exactly my point. No risk, no Ferrari, no Lambo. Okay. Look, man. Future reference. Let's all just remind ourselves that on FOMC day, you wait for the FOMC dump. And honestly, who could have guessed that 18,792 would have been the bottom, right? Who could have guessed that? Nobody. But I would have risked it. I didn't have the account ready to do so, but I still might, depending on where we go. I would have, Richard. I would have, bro. Listen, you know how I made like thousands of dollars in minutes with 400x leverage? By doing crazy shit. Literally by doing crazy shit. Yeah, it's unorthodox. It's not your typical crypto trader. But yes. Now, unfortunately, BitFi doesn't offer 400x leverage. BitFi only offers 75x leverage on Dogecoin and only up to 200x leverage on Bitcoin and Ethereum on BitFi. So we were over on WEEX trading whenever we were using 400x leverage. I'll be honest, I like it. The 400x leverage, man, if you're trading with low fees at 400x leverage and you catch a couple of 5-minute candles, you freaking it's good gains, man. It's good gains. It's easy losses, but it's good gains. But it also goes against everything that most people are going to tell you. But that's why I'm different, bro. I'm just saying. I've made a lot of money that way. I've lost a lot of money that way. You know, it's like anything. But it does keep it interesting. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. MEXC, you know, I've been wanting to talk. I've had some people contact me from MEXC. I haven't partnered with MEXC yet. What is this music, bro? Not your average Joe crypto. Bro. Exactly. Oh my gosh, bro. I am so tempted if we go back below 19 cents. I will say, Bitcoin is still, even though we wicked below it, we're still above that support from over here and could still be putting in a reversal if we keep this higher low in and keep that support above 110K that we talked about previously. I mean, we could still get a reversal in here. Still at support. Ethereum still holding that key 3,800 support. Really, nothing has changed. Really, nothing has changed. We had a flash dip. That's what I'm going to call it. A flash FOMC dip. Okay. As Jerome Powell was speaking, the market dipped. You got a little head and shoulders on the 1 minute here coming down on ETH. But, I mean, other than that, though, nothing has changed. Flash dip. Freaking Doge got hit the hardest and is already right back where it was at pre-FOMC. So again, nothing has changed. Now, what has changed? Nothing really has changed except sentiment may have changed slightly. But overall, we got the rate cuts that we expected, which is already priced in. But we also had kind of mixed signals on the December rate cuts and what to expect in December. So, we'll see. Typical FOMC, right? What's up, Sky Lee? Why does that happen? My microphone just randomly cuts out. I don't know why that happens. Still haven't figured it out. Maybe I won't ever figure it out. We are never giving up. Oh, we are never going up. Well. Keith, that's a good point, man. Thanks for saving my ass, bro. Trump's talks with South Korea. You know what? We confirmed a trade deal from what I've seen on the headlines. Again. My microphone just did it again and cut out. Again. I don't know why it does that. Come on now. Come on now. Come on down, ETH. I mean, come on. Come on down. Come on down. No cross on the MACD yet. Riding that LSMA down. Slightly below the 1 hour LSMA. Maybe 102,000 or 100,000 is in play. Maybe we do need to get to that bounce just like we got here and here. Maybe we need to get one here. I've mentioned it many times, you know, this indicator plays out. If it bounces at 100K, we're still good. Bull market is intact and we go higher. New all-time highs are likely. 100K loses support. We fall into this indicator and it starts to roll over. I say we're going into the bear market. I mean, it's really that simple for me. I think that's exactly what I'm looking at. Most importantly, weekly Bitcoin chart, weekly uptrend support. It's the main thing we're looking at. Holding that weekly uptrend. Right? That's what I think. You know, exactly, bro. Ben, exactly. Like the MACD should have already crossed, you know? It should have crossed. It should have crossed here, but instead we got a dump. Green fingers, I've had quite a few trades open longer than a day. I mean, I don't show all my trades on stream, but my best trades actually were, well, I take that back. My biggest gaining trades were actually short-term trades, very short-term trades, scalp trades. Basically, you're scalping at that point. But I would say some of my I've had trades that I've left in for a week or 2 weeks that were also 200 to 400x leverage that came down like this close to being liquidated, but survived and ended up bringing me 300% gains. I've had a lot of losing trades too. I mean, I'm not going to sit here in front. I've lost a shit ton, man. Lost a shit ton of money trading crypto, bro. Come on, man. I've lost a bunch. But all it's going to take is one good trade. Now, I will say this. Managing your risk is very important. If you are here to try to learn about risk management, go somewhere else. Okay? I'm just going to tell you like it is, bro. If you're here to try to learn about risk management, this might not be the place or the show for you. Okay? And Sheriff S, yes, we definitely must lose to learn. You are exactly right. Don't trade with a stop loss. Simple. You know what? Jerome Money. Seriously though, because I feel like the market makers, they know that people are going to be less risky. They want to stop you out. They want to stop you out. No stop loss. Stop loss or stop loss or no stop loss. Because you know, it depends on how much capital, it depends on how much money you have on your account, right? I mean, if you have enough money on your account that your liquidation price is low enough that you almost just know for a fact that it's not going to go there, then okay. Exactly. Stop losses do not always help anyways. You know, I have taken big losses. I have. I've blew a few accounts. A couple of times, man. But lately, no, I've taken considerably smaller losses lately. But I'm also not going to, you know, get up here and pretend like I'm some guru. I mean, just because you've been in crypto for a long time, or just because you've been analyzing charts for a long time, doesn't make you an expert trader. Trading for a long time doesn't make you an expert trader either. Aaron Greener, Ian, thank you guys. Adore, thank you for being here as well. All of you guys that have showed up to the stream today. I really appreciate you guys. Bitcoin holding 110.5K, ETH holding 3,900, Dogecoin, you piece of crap. You total piece of crap, bro. You know, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, man. I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I might 75 exit though, just for the freaking revenge. Come here for revenge trading fun, okay? I see you degenerates out there. Come here for your revenge trading fun, okay? I am talking to an altcoin, bro, and it better not talk back. I swear to you, man. I swear to you. Dogecoin gets smacked. Okay, Diddy Mundo, what's good, bro? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Oh my gosh, man. If this, y'all are gonna see me explode, man. I'm gonna explode on stream. Okay. Aaron Greener says, I think we'll pump. Lowest market cap crypto is up almost 10% since FOMC. Well, I'm tempted, bro. I want to. I think I'm going to. Market order. Freaking $100. And put $100 on this thing. Why is it not showing me my liquidation price? Bro, what is happening? I'm gonna miss it. No, you piece of crap. What is going on with this? Why is it not showing my liquidation price? Okay, you piece of crap. Look, I'm gonna catch it at freaking resistance by the time I get the trade in, bro. Okay, hold on, man. Hold on. Because we might be getting ready to go. We might be getting ready to run, folks. If we don't roll over soon, then I think we're pumping. Okay, if we don't roll over soon, I think we're going up. Okay, seriously, because this was this fake out. We were already due to roll over to the upside here, right? And that's why the MACD looks so jacked up, as Ben pointed out, because of this stupid market manipulation. Oh, it just makes me so angry that the price dipped to 18.7 and is now back at 19.4. Makes me want to spit at my freaking screen, bro. Makes me want to spit at it. And I don't mean a hawk tua either. I mean a... Oh, God. Look. Top long in 3, 2, 1. Green fingers, chill, bro. Listen. You know how many times I've actually successfully top longed and profited? Barely. By a hair. But I have. Listen. All I need to do is take $100 and turn it to $1,000. That's what I need to do, okay? Bro, I need to take 100 and turn it to 1K, okay? If I can take $100 and turn it to $1,000, will you guys be proud of me? Freaking, I gotta get some new headphones, bro. I need to trade for a headphone fund. I need a headphone fund because these headphones are just hurting my ears, bro. I could backflip that 100 to negative 500, bro, because I'm cross margin. I'm cross margin. I'm using the whole account. But again, I could, you know, it's whatever you're willing to play with, man. Whatever you're willing to throw in the pot, right? GG, you're not already subscribed, bro? You're going to make me trade to earn your subscribe? To earn your follow, I have to trade. I have to 10x $100 to earn a follow. Oh my God, it's getting steep out here. Crypto YouTube land is not like it used to be, bro. You know, it used to be a price prediction video was good enough, man. You know, I can get on here and do a price prediction video and you guys be happy. Damn, nowadays, it's like if you ain't trading, if you ain't making tens of millions of dollars every single day trading, then you are worthless. Keith K, man, I appreciate you showing up to the stream today. I really do. Thank you for your support. Hassan says crypto is a massive scam. Time will prove. You know, I've always thought that. Even though I fell in love with Bitcoin cryptocurrency. I've always thought that as a possibility, so I somewhat agree. Brian Giddens, welcome to the stream. Crypto has become a 24/7 liquidity hunt. I feel like leverage controls price more than anything, and it will continue to follow those leveraged liquidity blocks, whether it be up or down. You know, the leverage, just like we've seen with the liquidity dump, with the liquidation, you know, over leveraged positions, more leverage now in the market than ever before. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember whenever I was partnered with a couple of other exchanges back in the day, but they offered, what was it? Like 1400x leverage or something? I can't even remember, bro. It was ridiculous. 1700x leverage, I think it was. It was over 1000x leverage. But I can remember freaking throwing $50 on a trade, okay, with 1700x leverage or whatever, and flipping $50 into like $300 in freaking minutes, bro. That was fun. Those were good times, man. Of course, the market was extremely bullish then. You know, you could have pretty much longed anything at that time when I was doing that and made money. But what better time to use that kind of leverage, you know? What is up, Nicole? Welcome. Brooks, what is going on? Dileep, welcome to the stream, you guys. Thanks for being here. Thank you, guys. I am so tempted. We're at previous support, though. You know, we broke down here on that stupid dump. So now getting above 19.5 cents is going to be key. But I think we're going to do it, man. Look at the bouncing off the LSMA like that. Come on now. I mean, we are setting up here, folks. Come on, can we do it? Can we pull it off? Can we pull it off after the FOMC? It does look bullish. It really does. But we might come on down to the support once more if it doesn't break out. Again, I just want to thank everybody that showed up today. We've gotten almost 15,000 views on the stream today, guys. Almost 15,000 views. And 110 people in here right now. Thank you guys for being here. Crossing below the LSMA. Can we get a move there? Look at that on the 1 minute. Crossed below the LSMA. Can it keep going? Likely after it crosses below the LSMA, it's going to come down. Richard K., thank you for being here, man. And you're welcome. Aaron Greener said, you're stressing me out with this. Just do it or don't do it. Bro, you can't just do it or don't do it. Look, see, it came down like I said. I can't just do it or not do it. I gotta wait. You know, I can't just throw a freaking 75x trade in. I mean, you can. Typically, anytime I just throw one in, though, I usually lose. Best to wait for the right setup, which the setup is forming, right? The setup is forming. Can it, I seen Ben mention the Adam and Eve. You know, if that's the case, do we come on down here? Consolidation station. Thank you, GG. I'm going to try, man. I'm going to try my best. Okay. It's so hard not to. Still at resistance, though. Still at the LSMA. Close that minute candle above the LSMA, though. Close it above the LSMA and tell me I won't go 75x long right now. Come on now. Close it right there. Right there. Oh, dang, bro. Close it. Ah. Did I top long? Possibly. Will I get a profit from it? Maybe. Are we breaking out? I hope so. I sure hope it's a breakout, not a fake out. Double top action on me. Oh, double top on the 5 minute. Double top on me on the 5 minute. Did I long a double top, folks? Did I long a double top? Oh, come here for your shits and giggles, folks. Come here for your shits and giggles. Did I long a double top? Because I might have. Very well might have. Should I put a stop loss in? Probably. Probably. I don't want to watch either, GG. I don't think we should watch. I think we should just put this away and come back another day. Oh, gosh. I mean... yeah. You know, I don't think we should look. This is one of those times when you just don't look. 75x Dogecoin trade. This is ridiculous. What are we doing? What are we doing right now? What are we even doing? Should we put a take profit in at least? I mean, what? 25 cents is a good take profit, right? So we put $100 margin in, 75x. If this trade could survive long enough to hit 25 cents, that would be a 2,000% gain. 2,000% ROI. Man, I'll tell you what. If we don't pump, and if we get rejected here, it'll be okay. What even is my liquidation price? Oh my God. I top longed, bro. Oh, I went against my own judgment, bro. LSMA. LSMA. Oh. Five-minute LSMA is intact, though. This is the definition of a revenge trade, bro. Literally. Honestly. Hey, that's okay. That's okay, bro. Maybe the trade survives, maybe it doesn't. We will find out. We will find out. It is crazy how sideways we have been for so long. That's a pretty good point. Monthly close is going to be a big deal. You know, I'm disappointed, man. I'm disappointed. I really thought we'd get more volatility than we did. I thought we'd get a little more action than we did. I mean, I guess I should be grateful that we didn't, but you know, I mean, we dipped to 109. I'm like, what? Okay. Oof. Oh yeah, that looks nasty. Oh, it looks nasty. Live to trade another day. Do we close the trade? Do you close the losing trade and live to trade another day? Or do you ride it all the way out? I don't like the LSMA on the daily being all the way down here at 18.2. Come on, man. Because we're going up, man. We are going up. But it may not be until the beginning of the month. May not be till the beginning of the month. I mean, the daily is just begging for upside here. Begging for upside. Bro. I think I trade better when the bottle is open, Green Fingers. I'm not even kidding. You know, only one thing is going to tell us if this trade will survive or not. The next stream. I'll have to either... I mean, you guys will know. You guys will know if the trade survives or not. I won't be able to run from it. Oh, man. Somebody help me. Somebody send help. JJ says all you need to do now is rest your eyes and let your money work for you, Joe. Rest my eyes. Oh. Oh. Freaking. Oh man, we're not good. We're not good. Rest. I can't rest. There is no rest for the wicked. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna get worse. Oh. Oh. Oh God. It's working for me, all right. It's working to take it from me. Bro. The suspense is not cool. I tell you what, if this trade lives, man, if this trade lives, I tell you what, this will be me. Oh. Oh. We're in this together, right? What if I flick the bean, man? What if I flick the bean? If I flick the bean, does it go up? Come on. All right, I've had enough. I'm closing it. I'm gonna close it right here. I can't take it no more. I can't take it, man. I'm only down $15, you know. Oh, see, look. Bro. You guys. City Walk says no, don't close. Oh. 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 Oh my gosh, bro. City Walk says you're not aggressive at all. I usually risk 1K to make 2 to 3K. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Be good to me. Come on. Come on, be good to me. Be good to me. Let's go. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm shaking in my boots, bro. I'm shaking in my boots. Oh, is this the one? Is that him? Is that him? Is that him? Oh. 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 Wait. If I close, you guys are unsubbing? I gotta close it sometime. What you mean? All right, folks. Come on now. Do we need a stop loss in? Do we even need a stop loss? What is a stop loss? Come on, baby. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. Don't you just go up here and then roll over on me. So I could close right now with my little 480. My little 320. My little 560. Come on, man. Okay. So, sorry, my redneck came out a little bit there. All right, so we got 15-minute, 200 moving average, 19.7. I feel like we already tested that. here. You know, it really does make a lot of sense. There's a lot of support in the way, though, right? You got support at 2028.208. Previous support at 22.8. But the 4-hour and the daily, and this is why I got screwed earlier, because I've been watching the 4-hour and the daily Dogecoin chart for a long time, waiting for this, because I know that it's going to pump. I know it's going to go up. We're going to find a bottom here soon, and it's going to go up. Even if it doesn't go up to 25 cents, at least to test the 200 moving average. At least that's what I think. I think that's what's going to happen. But okay, we're up. We're in the green. So, good call or not a good call? Breakout measured move is actually 20 cents right there. So, maybe I should take profit at the measured move, right? Breakout, baby. Maybe I should take profit at the resistance. Maybe I should take profit right now. Who really knows, bro? Nobody knows, bro. No? Leave it in. Let it ride. Ride it all the way. We sure are running up, man. That's a beautiful run up right there. The plan is, who knows? Nobody knows. That's right, bro. We don't want to see average Joe. A trailing stop loss would be a good idea. Wealth says take profit. I mean, that's what, I was up 40%. I was up 50% already. If you look at it from a percentage perspective, I mean, that's a nice little run right there, you know? It's a nice little trade. As quickly as it could fall back down right now, taking profit would probably be the right idea. Knowing me, I'm probably going to wait. But taking profit would probably be the good idea. Go ahead and take that little 40 piece right there. Come on. Preferably, you know, $100 would be nice, right? Can I get 100% gains on this? Or should I sell the greed right here? Can I double my money real quick? You know, just real fast. Just double it up real fast. Or is she going to dump on me right here? Right here, right now. Is it going to dump below my entry right now? Oh, I've seen it happen so many times. Look at the MACD. Oh. I don't want to watch. Why is it taking so long, bro? Come on. Do something. I want to kick it. Oh, yeah. Oh. 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 Okay. Don't retest the blue line. Don't you do it. I will. Break even stop loss has you know, wouldn't be a bad idea. Would not be a bad idea at all, actually. do think we're going to go, though. We're almost to the 200 moving average on the 15-minute. So... $19,650. Come on. My gut says to close it. Oh, how many times have you not listened to your gut? Why is the add stop loss button not working? I can't put a stop loss in anyways. Let's at least get a break even stop loss in. You know, that might make me feel a little better. Crypto ASMR. That's what it is, man. Crypto ASMR. Break-even stop losses kill me out sometimes, man. They'll come down, it'll hit my stop loss, and then take off to my take profit. But I guess better safe than sorry, right? Manage the risk, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Bro, what is this fly doing? Yeah, it's coming down, bro. It's coming down. It's coming all the way down here. I should have closed when my gut told me to close and took the little profit. It happens a lot. I mean, it's literally at the back test. It's gonna come down. MACD crossed. Yeah. Come on now. Do I keep the stop loss in? Or if we get a little bounce in, I might close. And wait. Why not? Just to be safe. I mean, maybe the move doesn't need to retrace all the way back down here, but likely even if it comes up and hits this LSMA, if we don't get above it, it's going to come on down. So might as well go ahead and put that stop loss in there. Logic prevails. Can you do a backflip right now? Oh, no. I cannot do a backflip. Lots of bots. Green Fingers, thanks for getting rid of those, by the way. No, that was not a smoke detector. It was the recoil from the microphone here. What is with the bots, man?
be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit, I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant, I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits, some losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip, you choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift. Oh, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm
Okay, my browser, everything is freezing up on me real quick. I don't know what's going on.
There's no mercy in this world, just hunger, thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. That's it, the end of the song. Next time you sing along, trust me, there's nothing wrong. I just need to carry on, cause society's a myth put there to make you sit. Listen to what they give, don't ask questions, shut your lid. Yeah, don't ask questions, shut your lid. I need to run away from this and go get off the grid. Feel like my brain is overloaded, man, I'm losing it. Don't let them tell you what to do, man, they don't know shit.
JJ, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. City Walk, this is an FX, bro. We played an FX pretty much during the entire last bull market. Every stream, that's what we played.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Oh, hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip, and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, oh. And this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? And what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Know I'm doing things right. summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night. Oh, and we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Here we go. Let's go, man. That's going to be me if this trade survives. Okay?
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up, oh God, no luck, everything feels like you're sticky stuck, I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck, can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough, gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me, I need purpose to make it all worth it, I'm still searching and I'm still learning, I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me, I need focus to keep me from hopeless, psychosis if I keep moping. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety.
Door dashing in the Lambo. Now that would be good content. That would be good content.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day, I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave, 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay, cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency, a message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me, respectfully.
Hell yeah, Deadwood.
If you think you're fucking better, see, I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy, hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe, I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. I don't give a fuck what you say. kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Is it really the top, though? Is it really the top? Nice city walk. I love NFX, man. I learned about NFX and found out about NFX when I created my YouTube channel, and I needed some copyright-free music. And man, it's good stuff, man.
Cause they try to be, they sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off, wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody's right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it, they want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it, they want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep
So we're right at the 200 moving average on the 15-minute for Doge, which is honestly, that's right there. Is this is huge. I mean, either it's going to be another setup like this where we faked out to the upside and just made a lower low, but I don't think so this time. Even though really right here the MACD really crossed bullish big time right here, even though we didn't really do much yet. So, but the 200 moving average on the 15-minute couldn't stay above it any of these times, man. Well, right here. So if we get above it, if Dogecoin can get above the 200 moving average on the 15-minute this time, then I think we do go higher. I think we go back to 20 cents or above, and hopefully hold it this time. I'm looking for 25 cents, man. I'm going big or going home, man.
was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. Damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place.
We can't always wait for the breakout, green fingers. Usually after the breakout happens, I mean, really, I don't know, I mean, well, yeah, I guess you could say the breakout of my pattern, yeah, you're right. You're right. Could have been much better to wait for this candle here. I got faked out on this wick, right? Because that's where I entered my trade. So really, if you think about it, I did enter. The price level I entered was on the breakout, right? It was on the breakout right here. But I jumped the gun a little bit. I have a habit of that. Thankfully, though, the support held 50 moving average here on the 5 minute held support right here, and we broke out. I mean, you know, if I don't make $100 on this trade, at least it is a risk-free trade at this point. At least I'm in the green. If I don't make $100 on this trade or more, then that's okay. That'll be okay. But at least I know no matter what, I'm going to make 26. That's better than a loss. But definitely. Aaron Greener, see, and that's I've been looking since if the daily holds this reversal, right? I've been watching the daily prepare for a reversal for days now, ever since we crossed the LSMA. Once we crossed the LSMA here, even if we dipped all the way to 18.2, which we could drop all the way to 18.2, even a little lower, 17.8, wick below the LSMA potentially on the daily. That's all. It's a big what if, you know. It's a big what if, but I've been waiting for this. You know, the MACD was looking good for a reversal. The LSMA on the daily was looking good for a reversal, and then of course we had the FOMC wick or FOMC dump. But I'm still looking at this like a reversal. Not bearish case. I mean, gosh forbid we come back down to freaking 11 cents Dogecoin. Come on now. Coming down to that stop loss now. If so, gosh, see, look, hourly time frame. Come down to the 50 moving average. LSMA is about to cross the 50 moving average. So if we do come down, I mean, anything down here around the 50 moving average is going to be a re-entry for me. If we hold support above this, if we can close 4-hour LSMA above the LSMA. 4-hour looks good. MACD looks good on the 4-hour too. Man, I tell you what. The daily. Look, we are literally, this is where we are at. Okay. Every single time Doge has came here all the way back to April. we have ran all the way back to that resistance, man. Big gains every time we hit this support. So I've been trying to catch this. What's going on, Strike of Heart? And I see it coming. I can see it coming, but the timing is so critical, man. Like, I'm probably going to get stopped out. I really shouldn't have it right at the... I hate to take money away from myself, but I hate to have my stop loss right at the 50 moving average here, where we could bounce, you know? We could hit this and hold support. But, I mean, like I said, maybe it'll hold. If not, stopping me out at $24, $25. So, well, green fingers, if you think about it, that is what we've been doing. From this support line, it has been up only for now. We have not broken this support since October of 2023. We have not broken this support for Dogecoin on the daily. So until we do, we should expect it to bounce from here. It has every single time since 2023 for 2 years. For 2 years straight. Does that mean that we're due for this thing? Other than, of course, the liquidation wick. But do we really include that? But, you know, for 2 years, we have held this uptrend and bounced at this support every time for a big run. So is it over with? Is it over with, or are we going to bounce again on support? I'm banking on the trend as your friend right now, you know? That's what I'm banking on right now. Trend is your friend. Until it's not. Until it's not. I will definitely be trying to re-enter down here. If we dip, if we come back down to the LSMA or this support line, which is at about 18 cents, anything down around 18 cents, bro, I think I would long the support, right? I think I would long the support. I mean, it's played out every time. Do we need to come back down to test the support again, though? Surely not. Come on, Doge. Let's just get on with it. Let's just get on with it. Ben Smits, I'm right behind you guys, man. Right behind you. Now, I really appreciate you guys showing up today and spending time. We need the prayers. We do. We do need the prayers. Come on, man. Oh, look at that. Did it stop me out and then bounce? Of course. Piece of crap. What a piece of crap. Don't do that to me. You better come on down, damn it. If you're going to stop me out, you better come on down. This is why I didn't want my stop loss so close to the 50 moving average, because I knew it was going to bounce on it. Come on, get rejected. Get rejected. Come on down. See? Look, it's going to keep going. Come on now. Come on. Let's get on down there. Get on down. Come on down. Come on. Well, at least it was not a loss.
Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry.
Daily breakout's going to be the one, man. That's going to be the one. If we can break out of this on the daily, that's going to be the one. Longing the support. If we go to 18.3 down here around the LSMA, anywhere down here, man. Right at the 200-day moving average, too. We are below it. We are below it. Slightly. Well, I will be looking for a re-entry. Gosh, can't take your eyes off the damn charts, man. Who's got time to eat, Ben? How do you have time to eat? Good Doge. Good Doji Doge. Come on down, please. Come on down. Let's come on down. I will be looking for a re-entry. Gotta get this money, man. It's the first of the month, bro. The first and the third, bro. Or what is it? The first and... What is it? The first and the third? Are we even getting food stamps, man? The government's still shut down. Oh. That's right. Had a decent trade, man. By decent, I mean it wasn't a loss. So, yeah, definitely going to wait it out and see what happens. And again, even if we have to wait a little ways, you know, it's okay. I'm really banking on Dogecoin though. Like 20 cents to 25 cents is going to be a big move, and I think it's going to happen. So catching that move is going to be a good one. But definitely definitely watching the daily. Because, you know, this could happen. The LSMA and the MACD is not always perfect. I mean, granted, it was above the bars back here whenever we had the little fake out and then dump. Even though the liquidation event caused the dump, really. But MACD has crossed below the bars. Price is above the LSMA. I think the daily we should run up here to 25 cents, man. 25 cents should be like nothing to recover that liquidation event, right? Like 25 cents should be nothing. Just catching it before it breaks above 20 cents would be great, you know? Let's go, Deadwood. Good deal. That's always good, man. Listen, I appreciate all of you guys showing up to the stream today. It has been a good one, and it's been a long one. So I'm going to get out of here, but I will be live tomorrow. I'll try my best to start the stream early in the morning as well. Almost 15,000 views today. Good stream. Good stream. Thank you guys very much. I do hope that I see you in the next one. Hope you guys have a good night. Peace.
Wow, this is incredible. Driving through the future.